Yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho ho. Look who's back again. It's you. You're here. Good to see you. Good to see you. How you doing? Good to see you. It's been a while. It's been a while, hasn't it? How have things been? How's stuff? How's it hanging? We got a school shooting happening in Sweden today. Very sad. Those are pretty rare there, aren't they? The really fucked up thing is, like, in America, that's just like shit that happens every fucking day. It's so fucked up. Today's vape free, feeling good. Hell yeah, brother. Last one was in 1961. Ooh. Yeah, that's almost unfathomable then. Wow. Alright. You asked and ye shall receive. The other day, we were talking about generational trauma, and we revisited my old slideshow on generational trauma, but the scope of that one was much more broad. You know, we were talking about how it can affect us at the societal level. Today we're gonna get a little more, you know, bringing it home. We're zooming in instead of zooming out. So what we're doing here is we're gonna talk about generational trauma within a family. Why does it happen? How does it affect people? How does it affect the family? How can we break the cycle? All that good stuff. 6 slides, short and sweet. This one will be painful. Well, the thing about healing is that sometimes it's painful. But you're pushing through that pain so that you don't have to deal with that pain forever. It's part of allowing it to heal. So, as painful as this one might be, do you think you're ready for it? I'll ask you honestly. I'm not gonna assume for anybody. I'm gonna say the stuff that we talk about here isn't gonna be. We won't get too extreme with anything. You know, we'll keep it pretty. We'll keep it pretty stomachable. My whole family has generational trauma because of World War II. Yep. Stuff like that. Like, we talked about generational trauma as far as how it affects people, and war is one of those things where it can affect an entire population of people. Or something that's like, you know, the Great Depression or something. You know? Widespread food scarcity. It just makes you wonder as like what kind of stuff is going on in the world today that's affecting me that is going to affect my relationship with the people in my family. Hmm. Children imprint on their mom's anxiety level during the first few months of life. Sympathetic imprinting. That's the kind of stuff that you can carry with you for your entire life. But one of the things that I've noticed is that when we are more aware of things like that, that is when we actually have the power to change them. But a lot of people might not go back and think about, like, how anxious was my parent when they were raising me, and how did that impact, you know, on my anxiety level? Most people, that's not even stuff they think about. But anyway, that's going to be our presentation. That's going to be here in a little bit. We'll be doing that here in a little bit. But until then, I'm going to give a little bit more time for some questions to pop in the box. We got a couple in there already, so we'll get that started here soon. But if you have a question, feel free to go ahead and drop it in the question box or post it in the chat. We're just warming up. We're warming up at the moment. The thing to really take into consideration when it comes to shaping that kind of stuff, like the imprinting you make on your parent, it's like our power as a organism is in our neocortex. We have some of the most advanced cognitive hardware out there. We're able to do some really deep levels of thinking about thinking. We are one of the few creatures, as far as I know, I mean, we might be the only ones who are capable of thinking about thinking. Metacognition. We have a lot of power in that. Our ability to think about our ability to think. Just think about how much potential we have when you consider that. Maybe things aren't as locked in as I think they are. Made it 1 week without binging and purging. That's a W. Now let's go for 2. Let's go for 2. Let's keep up the good work. By the way, we've got a special guest today. We've got a special guest today. It's we're celebrating Bring Your Daughter to Work Day. We're celebrating Bring Your Daughter to Work Day, so we've got a special guest here. When I find this shit out about my family, my whole life felt like a lie, and at the same time, so many things make sense to that. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean your whole life was a lie, it just means that you now are closer to what is really true. I feel like we're always in the process of becoming a little bit closer to what is really true for us. So that doesn't necessarily mean that things were false. Maybe we just didn't understand them correctly, but now maybe we do. A lot of our power is in our awareness. Don't forget it. Oh, hold on. We've got... Tell your cat I said... Alrighty, everybody. Should we get into it? Should we get into it? Let's get started. So this is our first question for today. This is an interesting one. Let's take a look at this one. How does boredom manifest itself in bipolar and borderline disorders? I want to start off by saying that there's no consistent way that boredom manifests for anybody, you know, but let's take a look at how having a mental struggle, you know, whether it be one of these conditions, whether it be anxiety or depression, you know, so let's not look at it specifically as like what a bipolar person would do or what a person with borderline would do. Let's look at it as how does mental stress, how does mental illness affect boredom? Because it does. The thing about boredom is that it's your brain looking for some sort of stimulation. And if we're dealing with mental stress, you know, maybe we're dealing with trauma, maybe we're dealing with depression or, you know, a personality disorder, whatever it is we're dealing with, it'll manifest in our boredom. Sometimes we might find ourselves engaging in behaviors that can help us to regulate our behaviors. I mean, regulate our emotions. Behaviors that regulate your emotions, you know, playing games, smoking weed, watching TV, doom scrolling. Bipolar are between borderline and PTSD, right? They're three separate things. If you want me to talk about the differences between those, I will in a minute. I don't really want it to get into the specifics of like how does a person with bipolar act when they're bored, because it depends on the person. You know, it's not anything specific to bipolar that will influence how you behave. But there are some types of like, let's say that you're dealing with like intrusive thoughts or negative self-image, or you're dealing with a high level of anxiety or stress. It's like sometimes when you're bored, you might engage in self-destructive behaviors. I would say that a person who's dealing with some level of stress due to some mental condition would be more likely to engage in destructive behavior out of boredom than a person who is not struggling with those things. Now, when you said they're similar like siblings, bipolar, BPD, and PTSD, uh, bipolar is a mood disorder. Borderline is a personality disorder, and PTSD is classified as an anxiety disorder. So they're in 3 different categories. They have similar symptoms. There's some overlap in the symptoms, which is why I care more about what symptoms a person is dealing with, because there's always going to be that type of overlap. And a lot of these people who are diagnosed with this type of stuff, they're diagnosed with more than one thing. People who develop borderline personality disorder typically have dealt with a lot of trauma as well. And so you're going to see a lot of that comorbidity is the word. You know, when you've got one, you probably got both. So there's a lot of overlap in those symptoms, which is why that's what you really want to look at. What are the symptoms you're dealing with? What are the symptoms that you're dealing with? Do you feel stressed? Do you feel depressed? Do you feel anxious? Do you feel frozen in place? What is it that you're dealing with? Is it your mood? Is it your thinking? Is it your behavior? What's going on? What are we trying to do? That's what really matters. The label itself is just a diagnostic tool. One of my least favorite things about the diagnostic tools that we use today is that people will take their diagnosis and then identify as it. So they will, like a person, for example, with bipolar disorder could then identify as a bipolar person, rather than view themselves as a person who is dealing with the symptoms of bipolar disorder. There's a difference there. It's an important difference. It was just something I saw really commonly working in mental health. You know, a person would get a diagnosis and then they form their personality around it. It becomes a part of their identity. It becomes a part of who they are. Which means it could be harder to grow from. It could be harder to heal properly from. You know? You see what I'm saying? You get what I'm trying to say? Now I understand why people do it. It's nice to have a sense of identity. It's nice to have something that can explain why you are the way that you are. But a person is not their diagnosis. And the thing that I would see a lot of is people would get stuck with a diagnosis and then there was just no thought of what life could be like without that diagnosis. It just was who they are. Like they had the explanation that they were looking for. Why am I the way that I am? Oh, okay. I am the way that I am because of this diagnosis. Okay. Go on with my day. I feel like a happier, more well-adjusted, satisfying life is possible if you are open to the idea. Hi, Papa. Oh, hello. Let me get my window readjusted here. There we go. How can I manage myself when it feels like nothing I do is ever enough for my mom? If I sweep the floor, she asks if I mopped. If I clean my bathroom, she wants to know if I cleaned hers. She also watches every penny I have. I'm applying to a program she doesn't approve of because she wanted me to pursue something else. Yet she questions what I'm doing with my life and essentially says I'm lazy and not trying hard enough. Is that just her way of trying to motivate you? Some parents will do that as a way to try to motivate their children. It's like, you're lazy, you're not doing enough. But what they don't realize is that you end up internalizing it. If you just call your kid lazy all the time, then they're gonna be like, well, I guess that's just me. I guess I'm just lazy. I guess I can't do stuff. And so they're creating the conditions for you to be that way by not giving you the motivation that you need to not be lazy. You know, our presentation today, it might shed some light on why things are the way that they are. Our understanding of generational trauma, why are our parents the way that they are? Why did they treat me the way that they treat me? Maybe that'll start to, maybe some things will start to fall into place. Questioner, at the end of the day, it's your life and you get to do what you want with it, regardless of what your parents think about it. So, are you going to live your life or do you want to live the life that they want you to live? The thing about, when a parent is never pleased, when it's never good enough for them, it's like, it's never gonna be enough. It's like, oh, you got the Nobel Prize? Well, you said you were gonna get the Nobel Prize in physics, and this is a Nobel Prize in literature, so why do you bring so much shame to me? Like, they don't know how to be pleased. They don't know how to be happy with what they've got, and that sucks for them. I feel bad for him, I do. When I take time for myself and go to the park alone in my car, she questions why I'm out instead of helping her. Yet my brother can leave freely while she does his laundry and even irons piles of his clothes. Oh. Well, that's not really fair now, is it? I help her with the ironing at times, but I really don't want to do it because he's more than capable of doing it himself, though I know that might sound selfish. No, not really. Taking good care of yourself is not selfish, alright? Like, doing what you need to do, helping in the ways that you can, that's not selfish. The other day I went to the same park, just 5 minutes away, with someone, and in the middle of hanging out she texted me, I don't understand why you supposedly go to the park but just stay in your car. It's like, why is this any of your business? Next time I'll drop you off with my car. She has my location but not my brother's. She's dealing with her own internal stress and her own images of like what it is to be a woman, what it is to be a mother, what it is to be a daughter, a child, and she's projecting a lot of that onto you. It sounds a little overbearing. Now, I don't think it stems from a bad place. I don't think it's coming from a place that she like hates you or something. I think she wants to see you just like safe and doing well, and that's why she's hard on you, but that doesn't mean that it's fair the way that you're being treated. So I don't think the intentions are bad. I think that the execution is lacking. What you go and do at the park on your free time is nobody else's business. You're a grown adult. You can live your life, you know? Sounds like you need a little bit of space. She's a little bit too involved, I think. You know, it's hard to live your life when you got somebody looking over your shoulder all the time. Always trying to see, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? You shouldn't do that. You should do this instead. It's exhausting. I mean, it sounds like she's trying to help. It sounds like she's trying to, like, be a good inspiration to you, but it just doesn't sound like the delivery is working. The message that she's trying to send is not being received. I think as long as you live with your family, you can't really have freedom. I disagree. I feel like a good aspect of a healthy family relationship is knowing when to give them space. I don't need to know every single thing you're doing every single minute of the day. It's nice when we're able to come together and be close and, you know, spend quality time. But, you know, there's going to be time when you just want to be on your own or you want to do your own thing. And you know what? That's fine. I've even sat in my car before just to have space or talk to someone on the phone, and suddenly now that's a problem. I'm turning 23 soon, and it feels like everything I do is micromanaged or seen as wrong. That does sound like what's going on. Do you think that your mom is aware of how she's making you feel? Have we had an opportunity to talk about it? You know, sitting down like two adults. Because the reality of the situation is that you're both adults and you can have an adult conversation about this. But if she's going to just make you feel like a child and she's not willing to listen to how you think about it or how you feel, that's kind of disrespectful because you're not a child. This is a challenge that many parents face, is how do I treat my child now that they're an adult? You treat them like an adult. Genuinely try to support her and my family. I'm working hard to save up for my own place, but in the meantime, do you have any advice on how to handle this? Let her know how she's making you feel. She's probably just doing to you what her mom did to her. And that's probably just all that she knows about how to act as a parent, is she has to be involved, she has to be vigilant, she has to keep an eye out, and because she wants you to do well, she wants to see you safe. She cares about how things go for you, but it sounds like she's not really going about it in a way that's working well for you. It's actually doing the opposite of what she's trying to do. She's not really lifting you up, she's kind of pushing you down. what are our options here? We talk about it. Hopefully she has a realization. Hopefully she's able to change her attitude, change her approach for the sake of your relationship. Or maybe this is an opportunity for you to just put some more space in between you and say, you know what, if you can't really show me the respect that I deserve as a grown adult person, then I'm going to have to respect myself by putting some space in between us. If other people don't respect your boundaries, this is why you need to be the one to respect your boundaries yourself. You know, if other people aren't going to respect them, then you have to be the one to respect your own boundaries and say, all right, well then clearly we need a little bit more space here. You know, she's probably trying her best, you know, it's just that, you know, sometimes you gotta let people know how they're making you feel so that they can become aware of it. She just might not be aware of how she's really making you feel. So try to talk about it, see if she's willing to listen. My advice would be to not go about it in an angry way. Go about it in a way that's like, Mom, I just don't feel that close to you, and I feel like you're pushing me away, and I want to be close to you, and it would be nice to feel more supported by you, and it would be nice to, you know, be allowed some space when needed. You know what I mean? Let her know what it is that you're looking for in a relationship with her. And hopefully she's willing to listen. But all you can do is try. One of the weird things about a relationship between an adult child and their parent is sometimes you have to have that moment where you stand up to your parent as an adult so that they give you the respect that you deserve as an adult. Sometimes you gotta let them know, like, hey, you're not gonna treat me that way. What's in the cup? Oh, it's coffee today. Got a big coffee. Hot or cold? It was hot at one point, but now it's more room temp. Previously hot coffee, now room temperature coffee. Can you describe the difference between daydreaming and dissociation? Ooh, now there's a question. If you have a history of dissociation due to trauma, can daydreaming be just a form of dissociating even when you are not in a traumatic situation? Does daydreaming then become maladaptive even if it is enjoyable? The way that I look at it is this. Let's not, for the sake of this discussion, let's not classify daydreaming and dissociation as two different things. Let's look at them as the same thing. Your mind drifts off. It goes somewhere else. You stop paying attention to your surroundings, and you just get lost in your thoughts for a little while. And so the underlying mechanism between the two is basically the same, but where we would start to draw that line, we would find that distinction between daydreaming, and dissociation is how often are you doing it? How disruptive is it? And is it distracting you from other stuff that you could otherwise be doing, other things you could be working on? Is it a way that you protect yourself from becoming overwhelmed? So I would look at the two as the same underlying thing. You know, it's when your mind wanders. But where we would look at the difference between daydreaming is something you do when you're in math class and you're bored. Dissociation is something that you do when you're, you know, walking through the aisles in the grocery store and a song comes on the radio and it reminds you of something from your past, and next thing you know, you're in the car and you're like, I don't even remember finishing the shopping. I feel like daydreaming can be pleasant. You know, it can be something that you do while you're on a walk or while you're at the park or just hanging out, just relaxing. It's not very stressful. And sometimes dissociation is, you know, it's something that protects us from feeling overwhelmed by stress. Our brain just says, nuh-uh, not now, not today. We're going to find something else to think about. I would say that daydreaming could be maladaptive, even if it is enjoyable, if it's interfering with the stuff that you need to do in your life. You know, if you need to cook, if it's 6 o'clock and you haven't eaten since lunch and you need to make dinner but you get lost in your thoughts and you start, you know, daydreaming about stuff, and next thing you know, it's 8 o'clock. Like, oh, where did the time go? Or you start cooking something and then you get distracted and you walk into the other room and you forget that it's on the stove. And you don't remember that you were even cooking until you hear the smoke alarm going off. Your body kind of goes into autopilot while the, you know, other parts of your awareness go somewhere else. The thing about daydreaming or dissociating is that you want to be able to do it because it's meant to protect us from overwhelming situations. You know, if we find ourselves in a situation where we just can't handle this, we can't process this, instead of just, you know, feeling so overwhelmed by that stress, we just disconnect from it. Now, if we have this as a response to stress and we find ourselves doing it too often and it becomes an interference in our ability to function, then it's something that we probably want to work on. But a little bit of dissociation isn't bad for you. Which is why I really like meditating, because it's kind of like practicing the art of dissociation. You're learning how to disconnect from yourself. And when you learn how to do it, you get more sense of control over it. And so you might not find yourself, you know, doing it on accident. Oh, hi, Miss Poopy. She's stretching. Are you gonna rotate? Do you wanna say hi to them? Miss Poopy, say hi to them. Give them a kiss. Nice. She's napping on my desk, and one of the things that she likes to do is she'll lay one direction, and then she'll get up. She'll get up and she'll stretch, and then she wants me to give her some kisses, and then she lays back down and goes back to sleep. And then she repeats that about every hour. So she's just gonna lay there and snooze for about another 45 minutes to an hour, and she'll get up and do it again. Hey, it's me, Papa and Chat. Hey, me. Living with abusive parents at 27 with my 7-year-old, while boyfriend of 6 years finished trade school in Texas to save money. Been here for over a year, but moving out in 3 months now. Let's fucking go. We're in the home stretch. 3 more months. 3 more months. 3. They're going to be the longest 3 months of your life, but when they're over, the amount of relief that you're going to experience is going to be, oh. It's going to be, oh, yeah. The longest 3 months of your life. But the amount of relief afterwards is going to be a peak experience. What I would recommend doing in the moments between now and then is just think about how I'm going to celebrate when this is all over. Planning the after party. That's what I would do in those moments where I'm like, just a few more weeks. Daydreaming me has the most exciting life. Right now, daydreaming me just gets to live in peace and quiet, and I have privacy. I dream of less excitement. You know, maybe it's time to swap. You know, maybe instead of you daydreaming about daydream version of you, maybe it's their turn to daydream about you. I've been having beef with my younger sister. She's 19. So my parents never hit her, but they went to town with me from a young age till during my pregnancy at 20 and even after my pregnancy at 21. I've had to deal with my mother physically trying to attack me. This is one of the things that I can never wrap my head around. I can never rationalize. Now, I understand that sometimes when people are angry or upset, one of the things they do is lash out physically. But this is stuff that you're meant to outgrow. This is honestly childish behavior. Urgh, I'm mad. I'm gonna hit you. That you should learn how to not do that by the time you're like 8 years old. I don't think they would want to swap. It's not about swapping. It's just about letting them dream about you. It's kind of like a meditation exercise What would this daydreamed, idealized version of myself think about me? What would they want from me? What would they want me to do to, you know, visualization exercise? It's not about swapping with this alternate version of you. It's about learning from them and teaching them about you. Can I just say, this is fucked up. This is fucked up. Just being honest. Can you imagine just going fucking WWE at home with your family? Like, that's just unexcusable. In several instances, my sister was the only witness, and sometimes my dad. Several recent situations arose where I would bring up the situation and my parents would both lie and said that I need help and that I dreamed it up. Another childish attempt. If you're... Okay, so here's the thing. Adults act like children all the time, and it kind of sounds like your parents are children. This is just some of the most childlike behavior that I've seen. Lashing out physically when you're angry, that's childlike behavior. Whenever you tell them, what did you do? They're like, I didn't do it. They have the emotional awareness of a child. You're dealing with children, and what do I say when you're dealing with children? Treat them like children. They had me at 16, 17. Doesn't mean they couldn't have grown up since then. If anything, you would think that having a child so young would encourage you to grow up quicker, rather than keep you childlike. But you know what it might be? This is me speculating here, so. You know what might be? You see this sometimes in parents that have children really young. They feel like they missed out on childhood because they had that child. And then they resent you for that. It's like, motherfucker, this was your choice. Like, you had me. Like, I didn't choose to be born. Like, don't blame me for ruining your teenage years. That shit's on you, brother. Like, don't make me the victim for it. Don't make me the enemy. And then a lot of times you'll find parents who want to like recapture that youthful essence because they feel like they missed out. You know, they missed out on their being free in their 20s or whatever. Oh, and guess what? You're that age now. These people need therapy. There's only one specific instance my sister vividly remembers. However, the rest of them she forgets or doesn't remember details. Trauma will be like that. You'll block out trauma. You'll, have a hard time remembering it. It's one of the ways our brain tries to protect ourselves from shit that is damaging. And so, your sister, she's young. She's also living with this level of stress. It's different from your level of stress because you've been treated differently, but I don't think that she's being treated perfectly well either. So it makes sense, you block some of it out. And sometimes it's not until way later that you recognize or realize or start putting the pieces together. Trauma will be like that. These are some perfect question submissions for the presentation today. You know what? If you like the presentation enough, I'll give you the slides and then maybe you could show them to your family. What do you think they'd think about it? If they have any questions, they could come ask me. I'm not going to be mean to them. Don't worry. I'll be nice to them. I can be nice. Okay, so the thing about like dealing with an abusive person and trying to get them to not be abusive anymore is you can't just immediately jump into being mean to them like you would want to be. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you a fucking idiot? Like, what is your malfunction? Why are you like this? That's not gonna work. That's gonna make them defensive. It's gonna make them angry at you. They're gonna think that you're just an asshole. If you want to work with somebody who's abusive, you gotta recognize that they themselves were probably also abused. And so I'm dealing with a wounded animal here. And if I'm just gonna scream and yell at a wounded animal, it's gonna lash out at me or it's gonna run away. I have to be the bigger person here and I have to show compassion. And that's a tall order. But they're never wrong, did you forget? To that, I would say, nobody wants to be wrong, but it's important to recognize when you are wrong so that you can be right. Some people get so insecure about admitting any wrongdoing, and it's like, that's childlike behavior. You want to know when you're wrong so that you can fix it. I love finding out that I'm wrong about something because then I can be more right about stuff. People don't like to feel like an idiot. So don't make them feel like an idiot if you're trying to work with them. The other day, she even said that my mom told her I was implanting false memories onto her, and ever since then, my sister states she is worried that I am giving her false memories by bringing up stuff that happened to me. Alright, you gotta remember that your sister's not fully cooked yet. Your sister's 19, she's still got a few years of, cognitive development left. And so she's really just gonna lean to like whatever new idea she hears. So to that, what I would say is, sisters, like insert sister's name here. That sounds like something evil. I don't think I'm an evil person, and I don't think that you think I'm an evil person too. And just like, to accuse me of that kind of stuff, it just makes me feel so terrible. And so, if you really think that I'm the bad person here, believe that if you need to, but I'm just trying to tell you why it is that I'm hurting, In reality, this just sounds like a narcissistic manipulation tactic on the part of your parents. The things you'll notice about some of these narcissistic parents is that they also are very childish because narcissistic tendencies are also pretty childish. That's such an awful thing to do, though. The level of gaslighting going on here. This has got to be one of the hardest things I've had to deal with, and if it weren't for my high school and college friends vouching for these instances happening, I'd go insane thinking that I did actually make them up. I think you need some distance. If you're feeling crazy, distance yourself from the people that make you feel that way. And you're getting there, just a couple months left. My sister claims now to have bad memory loss. She blames my mother's emotional and verbal abuse on her, yet acts like best friends when it's convenient and they talk on the phone every day. What I would say is you gotta remember that when you're a child in this type of situation, sometimes you feel like I have to do this in order to keep the peace. What happens if I don't answer the phone? What happens if I don't talk to her? What happens if I don't pretend that everything's great? And so maybe it's not because she necessarily wants to be doing those things, she's just trying to avoid conflict. She's trying to avoid hardship. My sister initiates the calls every day. Just well, what would motivate her to do that? Do you know? Is it because she's just like your mom, or is she trying to protect herself from your mom as well? Maybe she's had it instilled in her just how important it is to be the one to call your mother. Oh, why do you never call me anymore? Why do you hate me so much? I'm always the one having to call you. You never call me. Have I not been a good enough mother? Oh, I just hate myself so much. Oh, I can't believe I'm such a failure as a parent. No, Mom, it's okay. I'll call you. Abuse is complicated. Sometimes you just give your sister a little bit more time to grow, and she'll recognize what's going on. She's not completely oblivious to it, but I feel like she's just trying to survive in this situation. When you're dealing with an abusive parent, and you wonder, like, why is this child still so close to their abusive parent? It's because they're trying to protect themselves. They're trying to avoid upsetting them or angering them. They're trying to keep the peace. So I wouldn't fault them for that. She might not even fully realize why she's doing what she's doing. Like you and I could recognize it's probably because she just wants to keep the peace. Because what would happen if she didn't call one day? What would happen if she forgot and missed a call? You know, you better believe that she'd be calling her 10 minutes after the expected call time. Are you okay? What's the matter? Well, you didn't call. You always call at, the same time. What's going on? Are you mad at me? So for the sake of not having to deal with that, not having to put that fire out, I'll call you. You see what I mean? She is highly motivated to keep the peace for the sake of how she is treated. Am I mad at you? I could never be mad at you. You choose to spend your time here out of anywhere that you could be. Why would I ever be mad at you? It also sounds like she's blocking out a lot of stuff. It's like, yeah, that's really common in traumatic situations too, is it's just like, just don't think about it. Just focus on the good stuff. Just don't think about it. Like, you're both dealing with abuse in the ways that you will deal with that abuse. It sounds like your sister's doing what she needs to do to survive. So I would say, do what you need to do to protect yourself, get out of there, spend some time away, breathe some air that's not full of gas. You're getting gaslit right now. You're dealing with a full-blown gas leak. It'll be nice to breathe free, breathe some sane air. I'd also like to mention that she was not too young to not remember these physical altercations with my mom. And she might remember them, but she might have them blocked out because trauma and abuse will be like that. Though I wouldn't blame her for that. She's trying to survive the best way that she knows how. And that means that she's not really going to be fully cognizant of all of the abuse because that would just short-circuit her. So you're a little bit older, a little bit wiser, a little bit more, Like your brain's fully baked. Like you're done cooking. So you can see things that she might really not be picking up on yet. So give her some time to grow and talk about it more when she's ready. I noticed a similar phenomenon when it came to my sister and some of the stuff that we dealt with, parents ourselves. Nothing this extreme, but still just like sometimes you don't recognize your parents' patterns until you're a little bit older yourself. And so I, as the oldest sibling, recognized it first, but as it turns out, my siblings were still young and they weren't really in a position to really like understand it, what I was trying to talk about here. I just have a bad habit of getting triggered when she denies stuff, but you understand why she does it, right? And it's not because she wants to, it's just because it would overwhelm her emotionally to do that. You know, she's got a lot on her plate as well. And so you will find that mutual understanding in time. You're still in it right now. Sometimes you gotta wait until you're out of the storm to talk about the storm. But right now you're still in it. You're almost to smooth waters. You're getting there. You're close. The other day, my mom's ex-best friend, one of my now very good friends and mentors that knew me since 6th grade, asked me if I remember when my mom hit me in front of her and her daughter when I was in high school, and I had to tell her I genuinely do not remember that. Well, yeah, because it happened too many times. It happened too many times for you to remember every single time that it happened. But for them, they remember it clear as day because that's some shit that they've never seen before. So it sticks out like flashing lights. It's highlighted. It's bookmarked. They're like, what the fuck was this shit? But it would make sense. It's like maybe you wouldn't remember it because you're like, all right, well, it's just another one for the pile. I'll never understand parents hitting their kids. That's just so fucked up. Can you imagine bringing a little miracle into the world and then hitting it? Like, that's just fucking idiotic. I honestly only remember like 5 instances and nothing else, but that shit shocked me when she asked if I remembered that. Right? It's like, you gotta remember that, like, when it happens so many times, sometimes it just becomes normalized for you, and it's just like, okay, what's the point in remembering all of this? It becomes something that you want to try to forget rather than something that you want to remember. I tried to bring it up to my sister and ask, but she cut me off saying, you talk about it all the time. Well, that's because it's important to you and you want to feel understood by her, so that's why you bring it up. And then I said, wait, what? I just found this out yesterday. Then she said, well, I'm not a therapist and I don't know why you ask me. It's okay to talk about this stuff to people that aren't your therapist. I mean, like, if you can't talk to it up to your sibling, like, the sibling relationship is special. You can talk to your siblings about your parents because they will understand unlike anyone else. Who else could you talk to about your parents that know what you're talking about and can validate your experience more than the people who were there for it? I said, I just wanted to know if you remember this happening because I don't, but okay, whatever, and I hang up. Later that day is when she told me that she worries about me giving her false memories. Now, I don't really want to talk to her anymore, or anyone TBH, except my mate and my homies that know the history. How do I deal with this? Also, what is going on? Alright, well, for the sake of your relationship with your sister, if she's just not in a position right now to hear more of those stories, then I would just understand, hey, I don't want to give you a false impression. I don't want, because, clearly this is just stressing you out, so just talk about it more later. Talk about it more when she's willing to talk about it and hear about it. Because right now your sister is being actively gaslit. And if you're dealing with somebody who is being actively gaslit, if you're not able to like properly diffuse that, or if you're going up against somebody that's just given more credibility than you are, sometimes it's best to just back off for a little bit. You gotta recognize that it's not easy for people to digest this kind of information. Just to hear how terrible people in your life are. Some people are just not willing or ready to hear that information. Especially when you're young. You're 19. You're young. You just don't want to deal with that right now. And I understand. I understand why you wouldn't. So we'll deal with it later. I'll be okay. I'll be able to hang in there. We'll talk about it more when we're a little older. She is highly motivated to keeping the peace with your parents. And whenever you want to talk about how they treat you, that it makes it harder for her to do that. It makes her feel like she's on less stable footing. It puts her in the middle. So I would just reaffirm that you care about her and that you want her to do well and that you'll talk about it when she's ready to talk about it. Just let her know, whenever that may be. It might not be soon, it might take a while, but you'll be there. Just let her know, I'll be there to talk about it when you're ready to talk about it. You gotta remember that even people who are abused badly have a hard time recognizing sometimes that what they're dealing with is abuse. Because maybe it's not bad all the time. Maybe sometimes it's okay. Maybe sometimes it's even good. And so it makes you question yourself. It makes you question what happened to you. Maybe I'm overhyping it. Maybe I'm just emotional. Maybe it didn't happen the way that I think that it happened. Maybe I'm the one who's mistaken. So when you're dealing with people who are, experiencing that type of trauma, that type of abuse, recognize that sometimes it takes time for them to realize that. It takes time for them to fully digest what it is that they need to digest. But if we come to them and we start demanding from them, no, you need to see this, you need to be aware of this, you need to know what's going on, it's like, they're going to make you feel like you're the crazy one because you're the one who has a problem. It's like, well, I don't have a problem. I'm fine. Everything's good over here. What are you talking about? And then it makes you feel like you're the crazy one. You kind of have to be a little bit more subtle in your approach when it comes to talking to family members about this type of stuff. You don't want to rock their world. Because then they're just going to be like, what? And they're just not going to listen to you. They're like, no way. They're just, too much to digest. Because you got to remember, this is stuff that you've been thinking about, you've been processing, you've been digesting for a long time. It took you a long time to figure out what the fuck was going on. And so you going to them and saying, hey, this is what the fuck is going on, they're going to be like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? You have to give them the same time that you took to properly figure it out. The way abusive parents are absolutely aware that what they do is fucked up, otherwise they wouldn't try to constantly hide the abuse and tell us kids to lie about our injuries / life in general. Yeah, they know it's not good, but they don't know any other way to be. They probably got fucked up themselves. Which is that's gonna bring us into our topic today. Who's ready for familial generational trauma? Generational trauma. It's something that has been entering general understanding amongst people. The way that patterns emerge and that trauma occurs, the way that it ripples through a family, the way that it can impact generations of a family. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about generational trauma as it happens within a family. So something we've talked about before, but we were kind of more broad about it. We were talking about generational trauma in the form of, war, slavery, like world events, because that has an impact on an entire generation of people. Well, let's look at it a little more closely. Let's talk about how it can impact an individual family. Are we ready? Do we have our chef hats on? Do we have all of our utensils? Are we ready to cook? Are we ready to cook? This PowerPoint is gonna fuck me up. Maybe in a good way. Maybe in a good way, though. All right, we're ready to cook. Let's get to it. If you have any questions along the way, or if you have any questions you want to drop in the box, we'll get to those right after the presentation. But if you have any questions that you want to talk about now, feel free to drop those in the chat. Let's get started. For those of you who might not know, let's go ahead and define generational trauma. What does that mean? I'm gonna take a Tums because this coffee's got me gurgling over here. I'm proud of you for being so strong and resilient they could never dim your light. Alright, now you know what I'm going to tell you to do? Say that to yourself, too. Can you give an example of generational trauma? I don't really get it. I will give you one here very shortly. Let's go ahead and define it real quick. Generational trauma, when we're talking about this, we're talking about the transference or the transmission of trauma from one generation to the next within a family. This trauma can shape our emotional responses, it can change our behaviors, and it can impact our relationships in profound ways. Oh, now you're mad at me because I told you to be nice to yourself? You're gonna make. Should I put on the clown makeup or should you? Let me just say, it's a good step in your prognosis where I feel comfortable enough to joke around with you. Mental health can be funny. There's no rule that says mental health can't be funny. Today, what we're going to do in this presentation is we're going to talk about how generational trauma develops. So I don't get how generational trauma gets passed on. You're in the right place. You're in the perfect place. Because I'm about to tell you. But I appreciate those questions. And I hope that we will answer them to your liking. We're going to talk about how it develops, its impact on a family, and the strategies to break the cycle. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about how it develops. Think about the generational trauma that can impact people. Some examples might come to mind if you think about it. We're talking about trauma such as abuse, neglect, and addiction. What ends up happening is because of this trauma, we develop behaviors to cope with that trauma, and then we unconsciously pass down those behaviors. So I'll give you an example in the form of addiction. Let's say that you had a grandfather who was terrible, or maybe not you, just imagine a person who just had an angry grandfather. And he was addicted to alcohol. How would that influence that person's relationship, this grandfather? How would that impact their relationship with your parent? Let's imagine that you had a parent that their parent was angry and drunk and they were dealing with addiction. In what sort of ways do you think that that would affect your parent? What sort of ways and methods would they develop to cope with that stress that they might still carry with them that then ends up getting passed down onto you? The way that it gets passed on is from the way that we learn to survive with it, the way that we learn to cope with it, the behaviors that we learned, the behaviors that are modeled for us. I think I get it. You're getting it. You're cooking. So let's just take a look at it this way. Let's say that you have a parent who dealt with trauma, and as a result of that trauma, they may end up being emotionally unavailable. Maybe their parents were distant and cold from them, and they were made to feel like they don't matter or that you shouldn't bother me, and so that has affected their relationship with you. They might be emotionally unavailable, or maybe they end up being overprotective. You know, maybe their parents were distant and avoidant, and that really hurt them, that really bothered them. And so now, as a result, they end up becoming overprotective with their children. Sometimes what we're dealing with in generational trauma is not necessarily a repetition of a pattern, but a pattern continued in a different way. Sometimes we might overcompensate and end up becoming overprotective. Another easy example to understand is how discipline is passed down from generation to generation. Just think back to, 50 years ago. Just think back to how different discipline was for children 50 years ago. It was much more commonplace to just outright beat the crap out of your kids. Some of the stories that I've heard from adults today about how they were disciplined when they were children, it would blow your mind. Stuff that nowadays we label as physical abuse was just much more commonplace back then. Your child says something that pisses you off, it wasn't uncommon to just slap them across the face. And so these are just some examples, but the thing about generational trauma is this. Maybe instead of trying to figure out a specific example of it, just think about how the way that your parents are raised influence how they raised you. The way that your parents were treated by their parents influences how they treat you. And that pattern continues all the way back through history. Your parents, their parents, their parents, the parents before them, all the way back. Stuff gets passed down generation to generation. How do I handle anger? How do I discipline my children? How emotionally available am I to my children? How much does it matter that I'm present in my child's life? This is why I think humanity in general is still in its childhood. Yeah, because we've got a lot of people who have the emotional intelligence of a kindergartner. Culture and society can also play an impact within a family. Let's say that your grandparents grew up in a world where mental health was stigmatized. You weren't allowed to talk about your feelings. You're discouraged from emotional expression. Consider how that would be harmful and how they might reinforce that pattern because it's how they're made to feel like it's important. Can your parents be brainwashed into thinking their parents meant well when they got spanked? Yes, parents can absolutely be brainwashed in that way. They say shit like this, because I've heard this more times than I care to really think about. Well, my parents spanked me, and I turned out all right. We call that rationalizing. They are just rationalizing the way that they were treated. You didn't turn out the way that you turned out because you were spanked. You turned out how you did in spite of being spanked. My mom has acted more fucked up since I became an adult compared to when I was a child. And maybe it's because you've outgrown her emotionally, and that'll happen. That's one of the things that, like, if you experience this, it's honestly just so jarring to your worldview to realize I've outgrown my parent. I am now more mature than they are. That's when we started arguing more. Yeah, it's because they feel like they've lost their control over you. Everybody wants to feel like they're in control of the situation, okay? Being out of control of a situation really fucking sucks. Nobody wants to be there. At least initially. Sometimes realizing that you aren't the one in control is actually quite freeing, but it's a topic for another day. But no, like when you're able to stand up to your parent as an adult and you're able to see through, what it is they're trying to do, and you can call them out on their bullshit, and, you know. I don't think emotional growth is what I have achieved, but maybe. I would say so. There's a difference between being emotionally grown and still feeling comfortable enough to be immature sometimes. I feel like, as far as being emotionally grown, I'm pretty emotionally well developed, but I'm also still very comfortable talking about poop and pee. So take that as you will. Let's continue, shall we? We have a good idea of how generational trauma works. No more questions. We're getting it. It's not, once you understand what's going on, it's like it's pretty easy to figure out. It's like the way my parents treated me was based on how their parents treated them, and how their parents treated them, and how their parents treated them, and so on and so on and so on throughout history. And now I'm the one, you know, recognizing my place in that pattern. Let's continue. Let's talk about how generational trauma can manifest within a family. This will be a fun one. You ready? Let's talk about emotional suppression. If a parent struggles to process their own feelings, let's say a parent is overly emotionally reactive, they're quick to anger, or they use guilt trips or manipulation, or, you know, they're struggling with their own feelings some type of way, children may learn to hide their emotions. Because one of the things that a child will notice if they're dealing with a parent who is emotionally challenged, what's a good way to describe emotionally challenged? That's fair, right? The kind of, I'll go with that. You know, if your parent has a hard time dealing with their feelings, they're not going to take your feelings seriously. Maybe they'll get mad at you for even having feelings. Maybe they'll be like, why are you bringing that up to me? Can't you see that I'm stressed? Why are you bothering me with your stress? Why are you making me more stressed right now? And so what does the child learn? The child learns how to hide their feelings. My feelings aren't as important as mommy's and daddy's. I shouldn't talk about that kind of stuff. It makes mommy and daddy mad. So if you're ever feeling emotionally suppressed, or like you can't talk about how you feel, or that you shouldn't talk about how you feel, consider how that was learned. Consider who you learned it from. Consider what it was they did to teach you that. And then unlearn it. You gotta remember, your place in the cycle of generational trauma is as the breaker of the pattern. That is what you get to do. And that's pretty fucking cool. You're gonna be the first one in a long line throughout the generations to say, you know what, I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna do differently. And that's pretty cool. This is stuff that might have been passed down for hundreds of years within your family history. Who knows? Who knows how long this kind of stuff's been lingering? But now you're the one who gets to do something about it. And that's pretty cool. That was also a realization I had recently. My dad wasn't really interested in who I actually was, just the potential I could possess, I guess. He was in some ways determining his own value by the value of his children. How successful are my children? That is what makes me feel successful. This is something you see quite common in very rigid parents. I am only as valuable as my children. And so if my children aren't valuable enough, I'm gonna get mad about it. Like, all right, clown. That's clownish behavior. You gotta remember that not everybody can have children. There are lots of people who are just unable to have children, even though they want nothing more than to raise children. And here you are, you've got this opportunity. You're dealing with somebody who thinks the world of you, and you're gonna go and treat them like shit. You should feel really fucking bad about that. Let's talk about another way that generational trauma manifests within a family. And this is in hypervigilance and anxiety. If you haven't heard the term hypervigilance before, what this means is you're very guarded. You are on alert. You know, you're constantly in a state of like, what's going to happen next? You're always on edge. You have a hard time relaxing. This is something you commonly see in families that have experienced instability, you know, housing instability, food instability, you know, not getting all of your needs met, or families that have dealt with violence. They may end up feeling constantly on edge. This one goes out to all of my hypervigilant people out there. I see you. This one goes out to all my hypervigilant people. You're relieved, soldier. You don't have to man the watch post anymore. At ease. What does hypervigilant mean? Well, to remain vigilant would be to be on guard, you know, to keep a lookout, to man the watchtower. Hypervigilant is what a chihuahua does. What's that noise? I should go bark at it. I'm not a man. I'm sorry, I misspoke. To woman a watchtower. Does that work better? To they them the watchtower. I'll work on my inclusivity. For me, the easiest way to understand the concept of hypervigilance is to think about how anxious a little dog can be. You know what I mean? If you've ever met a little dog, you know what hypervigilance is. Hypervigilance. You might be jumpy. You might feel constantly on edge. Your heart might be racing. You might be breathing quickly. You might be dealing with increased anxiety, fear, panic, worry. Hypervigilance. Being on guard, anticipating that you're going to be attacked. All right, here we go. This one's for the perfectionists. Oh wow, I'm really clocking it today, aren't I? Perfectionism and control is another manifestation of generational trauma. Sometimes the problem that we're dealing with in generational trauma is not us repeating the behavior. It's not like my dad beat me and now I beat my offspring. It's not, it might not be that. Sometimes it's my dad treated me this way, and so I'm going to do everything I can to not be like him. And so you start to overanalyze yourself, and you're seeking all that. You're like, no, I can't do that. Did I do the wrong thing? Oh my God, I'm going to mess up my kid. You know, as a response to that trauma, you become a perfectionist and you have this feeling of like, I need to control the situation. You're trying so desperately to avoid negative outcomes that you end up developing these anxiety-driven perfectionist tendencies. I'm about to just walk out of my job and quit. I'm so fucking done with this shit. You know, if that's what you feel like is the right thing to do, is quiet quitting an option? Is there still a way that we can get paid while doing the least amount of work possible? All right, last one. How does it manifest within a family? You might see repetition of those harmful cycles. This could include patterns of abuse, patterns of neglect, or other types of dysfunction. You know, if we don't break the pattern, if we don't intervene, we might end up becoming our parent. Let's get a little bit more individualized, shall we? Let's talk about how generational trauma can have an impact on individual members of the family. First up, let's talk about identity confusion. There are a lot of roles and expectations within a family unit. Feeling like you need to be the caretaker, being made to feel like you're the black sheep of the family. These types of situations can lead to self-doubt and identity struggles. You know, I have a hard time figuring out who I really am because I don't feel like I am what a child or a son or a daughter, or I don't know what I'm supposed to be because it doesn't feel good. It's not working. Is it something that I did? Is it fault of mine? Identity confusion. What do you mean by black sheep? The one that feels like, the odd one out. It's like maybe, it could also be the scapegoat. Maybe you feel like you're the one who's being, targeted. Maybe you feel like you're the one who just doesn't fit in or that you don't belong. Like, why does everybody else get along but I seem to be the problem? In reality, I would say that more often than not, the person who is made to feel like the black sheep of a family is actually the scapegoat of that family. They're the one that is made to feel like they're the problem, they're to blame. But you might feel like, every family's got one, and I guess it's just me. I guess I don't fit in here. I guess I don't belong. You might see people having challenges in forming healthy relationships as a result of generational trauma. The early experiences you have in life can shape your attachment, how you develop trust in people, how you put up boundaries for yourself, how you protect your own emotional well being, how emotionally secure you feel as an adult. So, in many ways, the ways that we are treated when we are younger sets the tone for how we expect to be treated as an adult. As a result of this generational trauma, a lot of people deal with mental health struggles. A lot of people dealing with generational trauma wind up feeling, or being diagnosed with things such as depression or anxiety disorders, PTSD. Even if you're not diagnosed with these types of things, that doesn't mean that you can't still struggle with them. If it takes 5 of the 9 symptoms of depression to be depressed, but you only have 4 of them, that doesn't mean that you aren't still depressed. That just means that you don't have enough to be clinically diagnosed with major depression. So there's a difference there. So just think about the ways that the generational conflict is affecting your emotional well-being today. Think about how it has shaped your parents' mental well-being. How are they coping with it? Remember when we were talking about childish behavior, and sometimes our parents will just act in a very childish way when dealing with this type of stuff? Because they never learned how to resolve a conflict like a grown-up. There's this form of a defense mechanism, regression. Regression is a defense mechanism in which people seem to return to an early developmental stage. I've seen full-grown adults throw temper tantrums when they're stressed, so regression. Honestly, it's just... Have you ever seen a full-grown adult engage in regression? Have you ever seen a full-grown adult engage in behavioral regression? It's really a sight to see, isn't it? You ever seen a grown-ass adult throw a temper tantrum? Kind of makes you go, Kind of makes you cringe a little bit, doesn't that? Most of the time I feel isolated in my family and people complain about someone instead of talking to the person themselves. Right? It's like if you have an issue with somebody and you want to resolve that issue, then you talk to that person about the issue that you have. But a lot of people are okay with just feeling better about conflict instead of actually resolving conflict. And so what they do is, instead of hashing it out with the person they actually have a problem with, they just go to somebody else and start talking shit. Like, why fix my problems when I could just complain about my problems? Complaining about my problems makes me feel pretty good, so maybe I'll just keep doing that. Maybe I won't actually fix my problems, I'll just keep moaning about them. Anyway, let's carry on. Let's talk about breaking the cycle of generational trauma. That's what we're all here for, right? What we're all here for. How do we break this cycle? Now, as you can see, I didn't want to get too nitty-gritty with some of the details or the stuff that we were talking about. I feel like I can talk about generational trauma in a more general sense, and it's like you can fill in the lines, right? You know, like you can start to see or imagine or conceptualize different things, different forms of abuse, different actions, different behaviors that can create this cycle. My mother shit-talked me so bad people thought I was on drugs, not graduating, and I had an actual graduate. I actually graduated early with my son and struggled with an eating disorder. Oh, so she's jealous. That makes sense. You would like to think that a parent could be happy for their child, but some parents are just so emotionally stunted that when their child has something going well for them, they have nothing to offer but criticism and judgment and blame. They have a really difficult time being happy for somebody else because they're so miserable. You would think that this shouldn't happen or this couldn't happen or that, like, why would this happen? But it happens far more often than you might like to think. Parents being resentful and jealous of their children. You didn't have it as hard as I did, and I have a chip on my shoulder about it. I feel like I had to work hard for everything I had, but you just had everything handed to you. It's like, you should want this person to be happy. You should want this person to be successful. That's to your benefit too. Why do you want your child to be so beaten down and miserable just so that you can feel better about your own miserable life? Like, are you a fucking idiot? I'm... Papa getting hot today. I need to cool it. I came with gloves off today. I just don't have much patience for complete buffoons, you know what I mean? People who mistreat their children, like, I've got no patience for it, okay? I'm not gonna say that these people can't be helped and these people can't make changes, but maybe not with me. Maybe I'm just a little too judgmental. Maybe I'm just not your guy. Nobody's perfect. It's true. It's true. All right, how do we break the cycle of generational trauma? This is the moneymaker here. All right, this is what we do. First up, education and awareness. If we want to break the pattern, we got to recognize the pattern. We recognize the pattern and we understand where it came from. This is the first step towards healing. Like, Dad, I understand now that the reason why you treated me in a shitty way is because your parents treated you in a really shitty way. And I understand that maybe you were trying to be better than them, but you still came up a little bit short. And you know what? That's okay. You know, nobody's perfect. Therapy and support is a really important aspect of breaking that cycle. Whether it be you as an individual finding therapy and support so that you can feel like I'm not the crazy one here. Like maybe I've just been gaslit to shit and I feel like I'm the bad guy even though I'm actually a good person. Or maybe doing it as a family. Maybe going to therapy with a member of your family so that you can talk about these things together and you can understand each other a bit better. Or maybe going to group therapy where you can actually meet other people who have endured similar things and you can say, oh my goodness, I'm not alone in this. I felt like I was the only one who was dealing with this. But now I feel seen, I feel heard, I feel understood. Feeling seen and heard and understood is such an important part of healing. It's really important to not understate just how valuable that is. I can't tell you how many people I've met that were dealing with a problem and felt like nobody understands me. Nobody could understand what I've been through. Nobody's been through what I've been through. Brother, if I could tell you, I've heard similar stories quite often, actually. The thing about it, I think the thing about it is this: if you've been dealt abuse, what you like to, the idea that you like to adhere to is, you know, I was just unlucky. Most people don't have to go through this. We don't like to think that there actually is as much abuse and mistreatment as there actually is. But it really helps to recognize that this is something that a lot of people deal with. Feeling like you're going through it alone and that no one can relate to you and nobody can understand you is part of what keeps you sick. By doing these types of therapies or by accessing good supports, you can start to develop healthier coping strategies. Maybe a lot of the ways that we've learned to cope with this trauma are, you know, unproductive or they're even harmful methods of coping. I'm getting CBT soon. I'm terrified. What are you scared of? Are you scared of your sheer potential? Are you scared of your true power? What's CBT? Depends on who you asked. If you asked me, I would say cognitive behavioral therapy. If you asked somebody else, they would say something different. Oh, Miss Poopy. Oh, hello. You having a good nap? You having a good nap, baby? I'm scared of running out of tissues. There will always be more tissues. Sounds like you need to let it all out, you know what I mean? Miss Poopy woke up from her nap and it's time for pets. She wakes up from her nap, she has you pet her for a little bit, and then she goes back to sleep. Hi, Miss Poopy. Watch, if I try to pull my hand away, watch. She grabs it. She pulls it back in. She says, I'm not done. She said, you're not done, mister. Oh, okay, baby. Here you go. She says, just keep going. She said, keep going. She'll let me know when she's done. Miss Poopy, we're right in the middle of this slide. She keeps grabbing me. She says, you're not done. Keep petting. I'm going, Miss Poopy. I'm going. You know, if you're starting CBT soon, I would say it's not unusual to feel a bit apprehensive or a little nervous, but you should also be excited about achieving some real meaningful healing. Miss Poopy. She's not done. She says she's not done. She said keep petting. Miss Poopy, I've got a slideshow to do. She said, I don't care. It's time for a break. She says, pet me. Oh. There you go, Miss Poopy. Give you all the pets. Is that good? I think that's good. Is that enough? She says, that'll do. All right, Miss Poopy. Oh, she's not done. She's not done. Miss Poopy, we need to talk about establishing healthy boundaries. Do you want to listen? Miss Poopy, did you know that learning how to set boundaries is what can protect you from your mental and emotional well-being? If you want to break the cycle of generational trauma, you gotta learn how to set good boundaries for yourself. And so this means, you know, maybe putting some space or maybe putting some conditions on allowing people to be a part of your life. Letting people know, like, I'm not gonna be around. You're not gonna see me if this is the way you're gonna treat me. So having good boundaries is essential in breaking the cycle. You have to let people know that there are consequences for the way that they treat you. If a person just treats you miserably, if nothing, you know, if all that you get from them is just, you know, hardship and turmoil and abuse, it's like, why am I saving a space for you at my table? So know when to walk away, know when to take a break, know when to make some space. The thing about a boundary is that it's up to you to decide what that looks like, you know? Just make sure that it protects you. We don't want our boundaries to be so rigid that we don't let anyone in. We want our boundaries to be flexible, but firm when they need to be. Kind of like a cell membrane. You know, you remember biology class? We learned about cell membranes? Kind of like that. You can choose what you let in, and you can choose what stays out. The important thing to remember is that it is you that gets to decide what it is that comes in and what stays out. All right, last one. A really important way to break the cycle of generational trauma is to build new traditions. Redefine what family means. You know, making conscious efforts to build positive family experiences. Maybe it's, you know, maybe it's your siblings, maybe it's cousins, maybe it's, you know, whoever it might be. Becoming an active and conscious part of that. This can help you to redefine what family means. You know, if family to you only means disappointment and fear and pain, maybe it's a good time to reevaluate that. What should family mean to me? Now, family is a feeling. And that feeling is one that you might not always get from the people that you're related to. So, if the people that you're related to don't give you that feeling of what family should be, then find people that do give you that feeling. Choose who you view as family. I've learned that maybe means no. Most of the time, yes. Most of the time, maybe is just a way to tell you no without being a party pooper. Like, I don't want to deflate you completely, so I'll let you hang on to a little bit of hope. Alright, who's excited to break the cycles of generational trauma within their lineage? Anybody? 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 We're wrapping it up. We're wrapping it up. Here you go. Breaking the cycle of generational trauma is a benefit to both the individual, as in you, that's you by the way, you're the individual, but also to future generations. By learning how to be more patient and compassionate and empathetic and kind, we are teaching future generations that that is what we value, that is what's important. I'm not, have no children, so I've broken it. See, now the thing about that is that there are still gonna be people who may look up to you for inspiration. So sometimes it's not just about intergenerationality in between, you know, my family and my grandparents and my children. Sometimes it's the people that look up to you, the people that learn from you. Self-reflection and seeking support can be transformative steps towards healing and growth. You know, not only can you break the cycle, but you can heal and you can feel better, and you don't need to feel the way that you're feeling forever. You know, that hurt doesn't always need to be there. It doesn't always need to be so overwhelming. Healing and growth is possible. Even small changes can have a profound impact. Every step towards healing is a step towards a healthier, stronger future for yourself and for those who come after you, whether you're related to them or not. That's Generational Trauma, Family Edition. Any questions? Any thoughts, comments, concerns? Another one for the books, Miss Poopy. This was a spiritual journey. Do we feel like we've learned something today? something to think about. What do you think could happen if we talked to our parents about this kind of stuff? What do you think could happen? You know, maybe some of us, it's better off just distancing ourselves completely. But maybe for some of us, our parents, you know, as flawed as they may be, maybe they're still willing to learn. Maybe there's, you know, maybe there's some hope there. You know, with some of us, it might be best to just not waste our breath. But for others, you know, we might recognize that, hey, maybe if I talked to my family about generational trauma, you know, maybe if we had an understanding of how the things that impacted them when they were young influenced how they are today, and that also helped to shape me and who I am today. You know, maybe we can both become a little bit more aware. Maybe we can learn a little bit more about each other. Maybe we can grow closer. Maybe we can practice a deeper level of empathy and compassion for one another. I feel like that's an important thing to strive for in a family unit. Now, this is a thing that, you know, sometimes you might start talking to a family member about it, but they're not fully willing to dive into it yet, or they start to become a little bit resistant. That's to be expected. Sometimes all you can do is plant seeds and then give them a little bit of time to grow and then revisit the topic again later. I've had that talk with my mom. She surprisingly took a bit of accountability after I expressed that I wasn't trying to place blame on her. And I have empathy for the things she went through as a kid, too. Sometimes their response will surprise you. Thank you for sharing that. And that's kind of a best case scenario. And I feel like more people could get that from their parents if they went about it in a right way. Because sometimes the reason why people, like parents, are so quick to just like deny or, you know, replace blame on somebody else or, you know, make excuses is because they feel like they're being put on the defensive. They feel like you're calling their humanity, their parenting skills, like their character, you know, it's putting that under scrutiny and it's, you know, they get defensive. So we want to try to approach this topic in a way that's not going to make people take a defensive stance. You know, this isn't me trying to criticize you or blame you. This is me trying to understand you. Just like I would like for you to try to understand me. Because I feel like a parent and a child should understand one another. It's a beautiful thing. You know, your parents, they might surprise you. You know, sometimes they take the time that they've got and they think about the stuff that they've done. You know, I'm sure that they've got their own share of regrets. I'm sure they've got their own share of things that they wish that they had done differently. They might surprise you. Also, it might surprise you just how much more accountability a parent might be willing to take in hearing that you forgive them. Now, I know for some of us that sounds completely outlandish, like why would I ever want to forgive what they've done? And I respect that, you know. But what I would say is that I don't think any parent wants to feel like their child is going to hate them forever, or that their child hates them, or that they think that they're a terrible person. And so I feel like sometimes knowing that they are forgiven, it makes them feel more comfortable in assuming accountability. Like, what's the point in assuming accountability if I'm not going to be forgiven? That sucks. That just makes me feel worse. Anyway. I'm slow cooking some pork shoulder. I'm gonna go give that a little stir on the stove real quick. Forgiven but not forgotten, right? It's like an important thing to remember about the power of forgiveness is that you're not doing it for them. You're doing it for you. Don't forgive somebody for their benefit. Forgive them for your benefit. Not holding on to that anger, not keeping that fire lit, it can be freeing in ways that you might not even fully understand. Like maybe you're just tired of walking around angry all the time. So just remember that forgiveness can be a remarkable act of self-compassion. Alrighty. I'm gonna take a quick break real quick. I'm gonna go to the kitchen and stir the stuff I've got cooking on the stove. I'm slow cooking some pork shoulder out there for taco night. I need to go give it a little stir, make sure nothing's stuck to the bottom. So I'm gonna take a brief little break. Let's find a live cam. Oh my god, the puppy playroom. I'm having a hard time choosing. Let's go with the puppy playroom. Well, this one's for the dog people. Alright. I'm going to take just a very quick break, and when we get back, we're going to go back into the question box. So if you have any questions, go ahead and drop those in the box. Let me take a peek real quick. What are we looking like? We got one new question. So we'll get back to that right away. But if you've got a question, be sure to get those in there. We'll get to them right away. I'll be right back. I'm going to go run to the kitchen and take a quick restroom break, but I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. See you shortly. whispering. I don't want to wake up those puppies. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they're up. Oh no, they're awake. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Miss Poopy. Miss Poopy, the puppies are awake. Oh no. Must be lunchtime. Miss Poopy. Oh, hi baby. Is it pet time? Is it pet time already? Oh, come here, baby. You gonna stand on me? It's Poopy. She's so little. She's a little kitty. Whenever they were kittens, because we got her and Beaver are brothers. They came from the same litter. And whenever they were little, I thought that she was going to be bigger than he was, because we weighed them the day that we got them, and she weighed about 1.5 pounds, and Beavis only weighed 1 pound. He was a tiny little kitty. But now he's massive, and she's tiny. So I don't know. I was completely wrong in my estimates. She's watching the puppies play on my monitor. She's like, what the fuck is going on over here? She's like, what the fuck? She's like, what the fuck? She said, who are they? She said, did we get new dogs? Over here cocking her head. She's like, what the fuck? What do you think of those, Miss Poopy? Oh. What do you think of them? What do you think? Oh. Oh. She grabbed you. Oh, she gave you a kiss. Ah! She grabbed you and gave you a kiss. It's your lucky day. It's your lucky day. She said, get back to the question box. Okay, Miss Poopy, we'll get back to the questions. Are you going to get back to your nap? Well, I'm waiting for her to settle down so I can see my screens. Miss Poopy. Time to get back into the question box. Miss Poopy would like you to know that this is the most recent question in the box, and that if you want to get your question answered right away, to go ahead and submit it, and we'll get to it right away. That's what she wanted me to tell you. Okay, thank you, Miss Poopy. We get it. Thank you. Thank you, baby. Before I forget, is anybody interested in a copy of these slides? Anybody interested in a copy of these slides? You think, you know what, maybe this is some stuff I can talk about to my family? Maybe not even just like you talking to your parents necessarily, but maybe talking to siblings, talking to other people in the family, you know, just approaching it from more of like an educational standpoint. Sometimes the way to go about talking to family members about stuff like generational trauma is not to just come to them and say, this is what's going on in our family and this is what this is, and instead just talk about the topic and then let them fill in the blanks. If you want a copy, I'll go ahead and post a copy on the Discord. That's what we'll do. I'm going to post it right here in the Show Talk channel. Good old PDF. There you go. So if you like these slides, I feel like stuff like this is a good way to approach the topic within a family. You know, maybe a good way to talk about it with your family, or like it would be to like start with a sibling. Start with the person you're closest to, the person that you feel like understands you the best, and just talk about the topic. You don't need to give them specific examples of stuff that is going on in your family. They can figure that out on their own. Hello? Oh, hello. All right, we're getting back into the question box, and like I said, this is the most recent question in the box. So, if you've got a question for the box, go ahead and get it in there. We'll get to it right away. That being said, let's get into it. Hi, Papa. I'm having a really hard time working on the steps to apply for a job. A lot of times when I quit, sorry, I was reading ahead. A lot of times when I try and revisit my resume and portfolio, I feel there might be a bit of trauma from my last job where I had to quit because I had a terrible manager and unsupportive team. Well, that sounds like a terrible job. A terrible manager can be tolerable as long as the team is good. And a great manager can make an otherwise unsupportive team tolerable as well. But to have both is not sustainable. Those are the worst jobs. There's, like, what's going well in that situation, you know what I mean? Sometimes pushing myself to get stuff done works, and I make sure the smaller steps. I make sure to make smaller steps. God, do I know how to read? Did I ever learn how to read? I don't know. Maybe. Sometimes pushing myself to get stuff done works, and I make sure to make smaller steps, but I never meet the deadlines I make for myself, and my trust in myself goes down. Okay, then you're doing great. You just need to make some tweaks. You know, you're doing good, but you know, to expect perfection of yourself on a first run through, you know, that's too much. If you're having a hard time meeting your deadlines as they are, then I need to reevaluate the way that I'm setting deadlines. Do I need to set goals? Do I need more time? Do I need, you know, like, what is it that I need to change so that I have an easier time keeping those deadlines? It's totally normal to make tweaks to like your routines and your deadlines and that kind of stuff as you start to learn more about your workflow and how to optimize your productivity and manage your time. You know, it's not unusual to have a hard time keeping your deadlines, especially when you're in the process of learning how to set better deadlines for yourself. So it makes your trust in yourself go down, and then the cycle repeats. It's not as bad as before when I didn't practice self-care, but it almost feels like an endless pursuit, and I can't see the end in sight. Well, you're trending upwards, and that's what matters. You know, you're not at the level that you're trying to get to yet. You're getting there. You're working on it. You're getting up there. You're in the process. Then that's okay. Because if you're going to get to where you're trying to go, you got to go through where you're at right now. can't see the end in sight, we don't want to be looking to the end. We want to just be looking at the next step. If we're looking for the end, we're looking too far ahead. We need to just look at that next step. That's what we need to be focused on, so that we don't trip over it. We don't get hung up on it. Learning how to practice better self-care is an essential, and that's a huge win. That's a really important part of, becoming this person that you're trying to be. It sounds to me like you're doing just fine. It sounds to me like you're doing just fine, but you might be being a little hard on yourself, and maybe we just need to make some small tweaks, some small changes, But we're otherwise doing pretty good. I want to be able to get a job so I can support myself and my family, but I wonder if there is a different way I can go about it. I might not be able to hear your answer since I'm busy at the moment and just came to submit my question, but I'll look at the VOD, appreciate the advice. Well, like I said, when we feel like we're not getting to where we're trying to go, we need to zoom in, We can't be looking too far ahead. We need to just be looking at where we're going. What's that next step? What direction am I headed in? You've already come a long way, It's worthwhile to take a look back and say, you know what, I'm not where I want to be yet, but I'm so much better than I was. And that's an essential part of it. I'm in the process of becoming even better. But maybe it feels like I've still got a lot of work ahead of me. Maybe I can't really see where the end is. That's fine, because it's not about the destination. It's about the journey. So what's the next step on your journey? You're trying to find a new job and you say you're trying to revisit your resume and your portfolio. What is everything that you need to do to get that together? We need to get our resume together. We need to get that fine-tuned. It needs a little bit of updating. And then what do? Well, we start applying. We start applying for jobs. And then we write down all the jobs that we apply to so that we can follow up on those applications. You may not be exactly where you want to be right now, but that's okay. Because where you're at right now is an important part of getting to where you're trying to go. You're doing good, questioner. You're doing good. You're getting there, and that's what matters. How are you able to trick your mind in the morning to get out of bed? I woke up at 8 a.m. today, ready for the day, but I started getting sleepy and stayed in bed until the late afternoon. Not sure how to push myself to get up, even with so many alarms. Well, the hard part is sitting up. Sometimes what I find to be helpful is to just get out of bed and start moving before I have time to really think about it. I'm up and I'm at it. Well, then there are days where I want to sleep in. what approach do we want to take here? Do we want to take like more of a neurological approach? Do you want to talk about your body's chemistry and the mechanisms within it and how to take advantage of that? Let's talk about it. You want to optimize your wake up routine? We can do that. The hardest part of transitioning from sleep to being up and awake is sitting up. So if you're having a hard time getting up and getting out of bed, start off by just sitting up. Sit up in bed. Don't lay flat. You're just going to fall back asleep. Sit up. Kick those feet over. Kick those feet over the edge of the bed. A big stretch, big good morning stretch, and then go try to find the sun. You know, if the sun is shining where you're at, go try to find it. What I like to do is I'll go step out onto the back deck, and I'll just go stand and let the sun shine on me for a moment. Because our bodies are biologically wired to be responsive to sunlight. It triggers feelings of wakefulness within us because we're meant to be awake during those hours, and so our bodies are biologically wired to respond to sunlight. So take advantage of that. Doesn't have to be long, could just be a few seconds, but it can help to transition your body from sleep mode into wake mode. That's also why you don't want to stare at your phone a lot before you go to bed, because that blue light can trick your brain into making you think it's daytime. And it can keep your brain in a more wakeful state than it needs to be. Option 2, and for some people this might be the simpler option, get a cat. You need something to help get you out of the bed in the morning? Get a cat. They won't let you sleep in. That food bowl's empty, and I'm hungry. I'm gonna come sit on you. I'm gonna come nibble on your fingers. I'll come wake you up. So that's also an option. Hey, wake up. I'm hungry. That also works. Another good way to be more wakeful is to not immediately go to drinking coffee as soon as you wake up. Avoid your caffeine, at least for a little bit. Delay it a little bit. Because what happens is that your body increases the amount of cortisol in your system as a way of trying to help wake you up. Your body will give you the stress hormone cortisol as a way to rouse you from sleep. And caffeine will also trigger the release of cortisol, and so it might end up making you a little more anxious, a little bit more on edge. And so what they recommend from like a neurological standpoint, delay your caffeine by a little bit. You know, can you wait an hour? Can you wait 90 minutes after you wake up? I know some of us, it's one of the first things we like to do after we wake up, is go right for the coffee. And I get you. I know it. I know. Oh, I know. But sometimes it can actually help you to be a little more prepared for the day, a little less wound up, a little less anxious, a little less stressed, if we delay that caffeine just a little bit. One thing that I found to be helpful when I had to get up earlier, because I've never been a morning person. Like I can get up in the morning if I have to. If I'm out camping or something, like sure, I'll be up early. Why not? But I've never really been much of a morning person, but I've had jobs where I had to get up early, and what I found helpful there was like kick one leg out of bed, then move the other leg out of bed. You know, do it step by step. You know, I'm gonna put my leg out of bed. I'm gonna sit up. And I'm gonna sit there for a minute and wait for my soul to return to my body before I get up and start doing stuff. I think a really important part of having an easier time getting out of bed in the morning is to just change your relationship with doing that. You know, if it's viewed as this event that's like very disruptive and very stressful and I have to hurry and rush through it, then it might be something that we don't look forward to. And it might make us want to drag our feet and take our time doing it. You mentioned that we inherit anxiety and other traits rooted in our parents' and grandparents' trauma. Is that actually true? Oh, I believe it to be true. I've seen it happen to people. I can identify the ways in which it's true for myself as well. Let's give an example. Let me give you an example. Let's say that you had a grandparent that lived through the Great Depression, or they lived through World War II, or maybe they lived in that time period where your grandparents lived through all of that stuff. You know, maybe they lived through a lot of that kind of stuff. And that can influence the stuff that a person prioritizes. It can change the way that a person views the world. It can influence what they feel anxiety about. You know, if a person has had to live with, like, food scarcity, it changes their relationship with food. And then what do? They pass that on to their kids because they're trying to protect their kids and educate their children, and they're trying to instill in them the values and the virtues that helped them to survive. And so the stuff that your grandparents worry about very often becomes stuff that your parents worry about. And then when it's stuff that your parents worry about, they want their kids to worry about it too. Families pass down trauma just like they pass down heirlooms, just like they pass down jewelry and trinkets and bits of furniture. Now, not all of it gets passed down. It's not 100%. But it does happen because it often happens in ways that we don't really fully realize. You know, if we grow up being told that something is important, it might not be until we're an adult that we look back and realize that maybe that wasn't as important as I was told that it was. Maybe I don't need to do this thing that my parents did, that my grandparents did, because times are different. The world has changed, you know? Maybe I don't need to continue this pattern. So it's definitely true. Now, if you want to recognize how it could be true for you and for your family, I would just take some time to think about it. What were some things that my parents taught me that were really important? You know, what were the things that my parents were worried about? What were the things that my parents thought were meaningful? The things that they needed to teach me? What did they learn from their parents that reinforced that importance? Another example would be, how do we handle our emotions whenever we feel overwhelmed? This is something that's very commonly passed down within families. The way that your parents deal with stress, many of the ways that they do that were ways that they were taught growing up. This is how you deal with stress. Now, you could do that in any number of ways. When you're angry, what do? Do you yell? Do you clam up? Do you not talk about it? Do you drink? What do you do to handle that stress? That lesson is then passed down to the children. And then those children grow up and have children of their own, and they pass that down to you. So you're seeing that pattern yourself there, what Sugar Biscuit is saying. It's like you're recognizing the pattern. Any way to stop it? Awareness is key. We talked about in the presentation here, we talked about breaking the cycle. We talked about breaking the cycle, because it is possible. My grandfather and my father are both extreme alcoholics, but for some reason I am not. That is how you are responding to that generational trauma. See, now some of us, we see behaviors from our parents and we go on to repeat those behaviors. We get those repetition of those harmful cycles. But then in other cases, we see what they were doing and we see how damaging it was. And now it's like, okay, well, I need to not do that. I need to do better. I need to break that cycle. In German, we say, Teufelskreis. What does this mean? A vicious circle. In many ways, we can learn what to do as a person or as a parent or as a family member by learning what not to do. Maybe our parents set a really good example for what not to do. And so even in that, we were able to learn from them. The Devil's Circle. Yeah, Teufel is devil in German. Der Teufel. The Devil's Circle? Ah, das Teufelskreis. I feel like, one of the easiest ways to understand generational trauma is to think about stuff like World War II, think about stuff like the Great Depression, think about the ways that, your parents had to deal with hardship, whether it be societal hardship, maybe times were just tough, or maybe the ways that they were treated by their parents. If there's a long lineage of like alcoholism in the family, for example. Like maybe that's just what people learned as a way to deal with their stress. You know, if you're stressed, well, just, you know, that's how we cope. And then that skill was passed down. It's like if you don't learn how to manage your emotions in a healthy way from your family, it's like you got to learn it somewhere. And maybe you don't learn it from anywhere else, and so you just continue this pattern of behavior. So I just want to say, this is something that definitely does happen, and it definitely is true. Values, beliefs, behaviors, these can all be passed down through the generations. That doesn't mean that they have to be. Not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be, but it's important to remember that sometimes we develop behaviors that are not the same behavior that we learned, but it still affects us in a different way. Maybe because of that generational trauma, we become much more anxious, or maybe we become a perfectionist because we're trying not to be our parents. Because we desperately do not want to make the same mistakes that they made. And so that is still generational trauma affecting you. Generational trauma isn't just a repetition. It's the way that it affects you. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Kommst du aus Deutschland? Let me just say one thing for all of my German viewers here. Ich liebe Deutschland. Wir sind in der Brain Domain und wir lieben Deutschland. Es ist sehr gut. Aber die AfD ist scheiße. If you don't know German, I just called their far-right political party shit. That's what I did. Or at least that's what I tried to say. The AfD. You pronounce A like ah, so it's ah, and then F is ah, bait, say, day, AF. F is F, but then D is ah, bait, say, day. It's day, so it's ah, F, day. Der AfD ist nicht gut. Es ist große Scheiße. Big poop. How much German do you know? Just enough to get me in trouble. Well, how are we feeling? How are we feeling after the generational trauma presentation? Has it given us some things to think about? This is the kind of stuff where it can take time to really, wrap your head around and process. You're thinking about, years and years and years of stuff. But I feel like it's important stuff to understand, and it's important stuff to talk about, because this is what allows us to heal from wounds that might have been affecting our family line for generations. Poopy, what are you doing showing them your butt? What are you doing showing them your butt, Miss Poopy? Oh, she's stepping on the keyboard. She's typing numbers. Miss Poopy. Oh.
Ah! No! Poopy, don't do it.
She's so cute. She's very distracting. Poopy, are you gonna go back to sleep? She just sits here and stares at me. Hold on, let me get a picture so I can show you what I'm having to deal with here. Miss Poopy, no. Sit down like you were. Sit down like you were. I want to take a picture. She says, is that a camera? She says, let me see that. Give me a close-up. She just sits in front of me and demands my attention. I will never understand how they seem so blind to their own behavior. Why do you want to continue dysfunctional behavior when you yourself had to go through? That's the power of defense mechanisms. Denial, displacement. You know, we put a lot of time and energy into not feeling like we're wrong or that we're making a mistake. You know, we'll find any number of other people to blame or, you know, other ways of coping outside of admitting to our own wrongdoing. Miss Poopy, sit down, please. I want to try to get this picture, but she keeps. Ah.
Sit. Sit. Ah!
I feel like a lot of parents will settle with not being emotionally aware because they've just been able to get away with doing that. You know, maybe they haven't felt the demand or the pressure to become more emotionally aware. Maybe you have to be the one that motivates them to do that. You know? I need to post this picture just so you can see my perspective. What I'm deal with right now. She's so sweet. just sits here. She just sits in front of my monitor. I can't see what chat is saying, and she's just like, look at me. Poopy, you're so sweet. She wants a snack. She's hungry. Ah! She's hungry. Fine. You want to go? Do you want to go get some food? Like, I don't have any food here for you, and you can't eat me. All right, you can have one digit of my pinky. I can't give you too much. Just the tip, okay? Just a little nibble. Is that enough for you? She says no, that's not good enough. Oh, she's laying back down. All right, she's laying back down. We're good. She just demands my attention, and it's hard not to give it to her. Every day I'm overstimulated by a cat I love. It's a good place to be. It's a good place to be, what can I say? Alrighty, I think we're gonna hang in here for a few more minutes because we're gonna see if we get some more questions popping in, but right now we're kind of just chilling. You know? Do we feel like we've learned some stuff today? Are we feeling pretty good? You know, I want you to feel empowered. I want you to feel motivated. I want you to feel inspired. So hopefully we've accomplished that goal today. Like, just allow me to be crass for a moment. Allow me to just speak freely. Having parents that are fucked up sucks. It makes, it puts us into a position where we have to deal with stuff. We have to overcome stuff, whether it be, self-image issues, anxiety, depression, whatever it might be. It fucking sucks. What can be helpful in healing that is to recognize why things are the way they are. Why did my parents treat me the way that they treated me? A lot of it probably has to do with how did their parents treat them. Understanding why they are the way that they are, it doesn't make it okay, and it doesn't mean that we need to accept why they were the way that they are, but it can at least give us some understanding. It should instill within us a desire to do better. If they don't treat you like family, are they really family? That's the question I'd like to ask you. If they don't treat you like family, are they really family? How should family treat family? I used to have a lot of empathy for them, but now I'm just pissed. You can do both. You can have empathy for a person and really be disappointed and frustrated and upset with a person at the same time. To have empathy for a person doesn't mean that you think that what they did was okay or that you're glad that they did what they did. No, not at all. Maybe they hate the way that they are too. Maybe they don't know how to do better. Maybe they feel powerless to change. Who knows? At the end of the day, I guess I just feel sorry for the people that, I feel sorry for parents. I feel sorry that they can't own up to what they do. I feel sorry that they have a hard time being accountable. To say, you know what I did was wrong. It was fucked up. I shouldn't have done it. So just a question to think about. Something to think about going forward. What should family feel like? Maybe we really know what family shouldn't feel like because of how we were treated by our family. And so we really know what it shouldn't feel like. Anxiety, judgment, stress, criticism, abuse. But what should it feel like? What should family feel like? Because I know that deep within you, you know that something is missing, and you know that the way that you were treated was wrong. So, what should family feel like? If I can recognize that I need help and work on myself, why can't they? You're braver than they are. It's as simple as that. People who are too insecure to get help are the same people who are very quick to judge people who do get help. Like, they're still dealing with problems, they're still fucked up in their own ways, but they're too afraid to do anything about it. And so what do they do to cope with that fear? They judge you for getting help. They judge you for trying to do better. They make you feel bad for doing what you need to do. It's because they're insecure little poo-poo diaper babies. Internalized social stigma, maybe? Yep, definitely. That's definitely a part of it. They view themselves as because for a long time, societally and socially, we were made to feel like if you ask for help, if you work on yourself, if you get therapy, that must mean that there's something wrong with you. That must mean that you're messed up. But to just ignore the problem, that's apparently fine. As long as I don't acknowledge that there is a problem, I don't have to do anything about it. Working on yourself is hard work, and it's not work that everybody is cut out to do. So I applaud you for being brave enough to do it. And if you have family that doesn't support that, or they don't, they aren't willing to do it themselves, well, that's because they're cowards. I'll say it like it is. I feel like that's cowardly behavior. I truly believe that it is cowardly behavior to just criticize and judge other people, but not be willing to look in the mirror and ask yourself the same questions. What am I doing that's toxic? What am I doing that's harming people? What can I do to be a better person? If you don't have the guts to ask yourself those questions, you have no right to criticize other people. At my big age, I'm really grateful for my family because I've realized they could be so much worse. Right? Like, having a family that's kind of ambivalent and distant and absent, that's damaging in its own way. Like, that poses its own set of challenges, but You know, and it's still work to overcome that, true, but like what you realize is like, well, it could have been worse. Could have been way worse. Could have been an active war zone in the house. You know, I could have lived every day in fear. Like, that would have really sucked. If I could get my dog back, I would go no contact with my family. Get that dog back. Who steals somebody's dog? That's messed up. This is just a reminder for whoever may need to hear this today. Your family does not determine what your value is. They do not tell you how much you are worth as a person. That's not up to them to decide. That's up to you to decide. You determine your own value and worth. So don't allow insecure people who are incapable of self-improvement, who are incapable of self-reflection, tell you what you should think about yourself. They're not a good judge of character, so why take their judgment of your character? I have a question about no contact. Is it good, helpful in case I don't want to take on bad things from my parents, or I already took those things? Well, I would say that going no contact isn't always necessary. Sometimes we don't need to go no contact. Sometimes we just need to have better boundaries. Sometimes we just need to be more willing to like set terms to the contact that we have. Maybe we need to limit our contact. You know, maybe it's like if I'm gonna come over or we're gonna spend time together, it's like I can't do it for more than, you know, an hour or two. That's a good place to start. Sometimes it's necessary to go no contact. You know, if our parents are really just they've got nothing good to say ever. They're just always trying to make us miserable and feel terrible about ourselves, and they're always just trying to put us down. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe I don't need to spend any time with them. So sometimes that's necessary. But as far as like recognizing your own behaviors and breaking the patterns of the things that you've learned from your parents, it's like that just takes time, that takes awareness. You know, you might not be able to do that in a day. You might not be able to do that in a year. You know, sometimes it's stuff that you just need to continuously think about and be mindful of, and just try to be the best person that you can be. Try to be the kind and compassionate and caring person that you would want to have in your life if you felt bad. You know, try to be the person that you would go to if you were feeling down, or if you needed advice, or if you needed somebody to help you feel uplifted or motivated. Become the love that you seek. You know? We're all seeking a certain type of love, whatever that might be for us. You know, maybe we're looking to feel understood. Maybe we're looking to have a deep connection with people. You know, maybe we're, whatever it is we're looking for, whatever that love is that we're trying to find, become that love. Build it within you. Wish I'd joined earlier. I really want to know what generational trauma is. Well, good news. It'll be available in the VOD as soon as we're done streaming. As soon as we're done streaming, the VOD will be available for you to watch. Or, if you want, you can also check it out on my YouTube. If you find my YouTube channel here, it's at the Brain Domain on YouTube. You can also type exclamation YouTube or exclamation YT in the Twitch chat and it'll give you a link to it. But if you go to my channel here and then you click on this button here, it says live, it'll have all of the broadcasts. And right here, this is today's, and so you'll be able to access that on YouTube. You could also watch it here on Twitch. So if you want to figure out more, or you want to watch the presentation, it's available for you right here. We've also got a copy of the slides on the Discord. If you join our Discord here and you go to the Show Talk channel, well, look at that. Guess what? They've got a copy of the slides right here. And you could find that presentation. You could access those slides yourself. You could work along at home. I have a quick question for you, Mr. Papa Domain. Fire away. Fire away. I don't know how to phrase it. Well, I went to IKEA yesterday. Did you know? Did you use PowerPoint? I used Google Slides, which is basically the same thing as PowerPoint. Now I got all sorts of presentations in here. Get something? Yeah, we spent like $300. We got some kitchen stuff. We got some it's like odds and ends. I got a couple of new pans, or like a couple of new pots for the stove. I mostly wanted to go for kitchen stuff. Oh, we got a new light fixture for above the sink. We also ate some meatballs. We ate lunch in the cafeteria at IKEA. We had the meatballs. Oh yeah, the meatball platter. IKEA meatballs are so bad. I thought they were okay. I'm sure like a nice fresh meatball wouldn't be bad, but... Oh, I also picked up a jar of lingonberry jam. They sell their jam and you can get a jar of it, so I got a jar of it to make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. If you're not from America and you've never tried a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I gotta tell you, you gotta try it. It might sound weird, especially if you've never had it before, but I've gotta say, it's one of my favorite foods. Peanut butter and jelly. This is something that you don't see all across the world. This is primarily an American thing, but can I get some? Can you back me up here, America? Can we get some love for the PB&J? If you've never tried a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, give it a try. Give it a try. If they sell peanut butter and, you know, jelly or jam or preserves or whatever. Strawberry's a good place to start. Classic. Some people like their peanut butter chunky. I'm not really much of a chunky peanut butter kind of guy. I like a nice smooth and creamy peanut butter. One of my favorites is just the classic strawberry jelly. Raspberry is also really good. Orange is not good. I've tried peanut butter and jelly with basically any flavor of jelly you can think of, and most of them are good, but some of them just aren't that good. Like apricot, orange, those ones kind of suck. I would stick to the berries. You know, strawberry, raspberry, blackberry, grape is also really good. A nice grape jelly. Just on plain old white sandwich bread. Or as you would call this in Germany, if you're German, you would call this toast. Because in Germany, they don't call this type of bread bread, they call this type of bread toast. Because it's the type of bread that you would make toast with. In Germany, it's not bread unless it's a whole experience in and of itself. Germans take their breads very seriously. They would call all of these things breads. They're much like heartier, they're more dense. You know, they got more bite to them. They're more filling. It's almost a meal in and of itself. But you wouldn't want to eat a peanut butter and jelly on this. If you're going to have a peanut butter and jelly, you need just that standard bread. It's super easy to make. You know, white bread, fruit jelly, peanut butter, white bread. That's it. I eat a couple of these a week, I'll be honest. I eat a couple. This is one of my like late night snack favorites. A nice peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It's not bread if it's too soft to be bread. Bread must crunch on the outside. See, now you're talking. See, I told you, the Germans, they take their bread very seriously. If you brought that, this is not bread to a German. This is toast. Like, this isn't bread. This is toast. It's too soft. What are you talking about? What is this? It looks calorie dense. It can be. If you're trying to like healthily gain a little bit of weight, like maybe if you're underweight, you know, like put some peanut butter in your diet, you know, have a little bit of peanut butter and jelly. Crunchy or smooth peanut butter? I prefer smooth, but some people like crunchy, you know, and that's up to them. I think most people like smooth. I think smooth is the most popular form of peanut butter. Peanut butter will make you jacked. Peanut butter actually has a fair amount of protein in it. So whenever am trying to like bulk up a little bit, like I'll eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but I will glob on the peanut butter. I'm like, my peanut butter and sandwich, it'll look like this, like a big thick layer of peanut butter on there. I'm like, oh yeah, load me up. You like apples and peanut butter? You know what? One of the only ways that I will eat peanut butter is with peanut butter and jelly. I don't really care for peanut butter outside. Like, I'll eat peanut butter on its own before I, you know, like, I don't mind just eating a spoon of peanut butter. So I like peanut butter, but I don't like peanut butter and chocolate. I'm not really that big of a fan of, like, Reese's. You know, I don't really care for peanut butter and chocolate. If you put peanut butter on both pieces of bread, it keeps the jelly from making the bread soggy. That's important if you're going to pack it for lunch. If you're going to pack the sandwich away and you're going to take it for lunch, then that is important to consider. You don't want the jelly to soak through the bread. But if you're going to eat it immediately, it doesn't really matter so much. If you're like, whenever I make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, it's getting eaten within the 30 seconds of me making it. 100% disagree about the peanut butter and chocolate. I know that I'm in the minority on that one. That's fine. Like, peanut butter and chocolate is wildly popular. Like, I understand that. I'm just saying it's just not really my thing. Not really for me. Soggy bread, I can't handle it as a German person. And how does this make you feel? How does the concept of a bread pudding affect you as a German person? A good bread pudding can be absolutely delicious. But it operates under the pretense of wet bread. Stop doing things to bread. Never. But I'm American. Only geographically. I feel like in many ways I go against a lot of the norms and tropes of what you would expect from an American. Well, I guess my can-do, don't give a fuck attitude was also pretty American, so I'll embrace that aspect of being American. Americans do have a bit of a reputation abroad for being boisterous and confident, and I'll take it. So much wrong to look at. A bread pudding? Mmm. Bread pudding. It's actually really good. What does bread pudding taste like? That's a good question. The other thing that comes to mind, it's something that you might not have had, would be French toast. I would say in many ways it's similar to French toast, except it's a bit more decadent. It's much more of a dessert. French toast is more of like a breakfast, and it is sweet, but it's definitely not as sweet. Bread pudding, it's like it's going to be thick, it's going to be dense, it's going to be rich, there's going to be cream. Kind of like custardy. I wonder if the French eat French toast. Now that's a question. Do they eat French toast in France? Le pain perdu. That's how you say it in French. Le pain perdu. And the short answer is no. And that's because French toast actually predates France. It actually goes back to ancient Rome. And you know what's interesting? If you don't know much about Roman history, here's a little something for you. There were people in ancient Rome whose job it was, they were bakers and stuff, but a lot of what they spent their time doing was coming up with new recipes and figuring out new ways to like make and innovate food. And this is one of those inventions, and we're seeing this all the way back in the 5th century. Fried bread soaked in milk and eggs and then drizzled with honey. That's basically French toast.
Pain perdu.
Would love to have that job. Oh yeah, you're basically just a food inventor. No, apparently they don't. Apparently they don't. Although they call it something different and they eat it as a dessert. And it looks more like this. So yes, they do. They just eat it as a dessert. Which it should be. A dessert. But in America, we love dessert and we eat dessert for breakfast. A guy at my church growing up was a food scientist. He was part of the team that invented Velveeta shells and cheese. Oh man, I'd like to shake his hand. Like, thank you for your service. This is wild. They eat as the first meal of the day. That's America for you. That's America for you. We love breakfast. One of the most common arrangements, and you'll see this in small restaurants and diners all across America, is like the breakfast platter. You got your eggs, you got your bacon or sausage, and then you got fried potatoes or hash browns, and you got some pancakes on there. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Eat sweets, but not for breakfast. What about this? What about this bad boy right here? Did you forget about these? I know for a fact that if it's breakfast time and you're hungry and you see a tray full of these bad boys, I know you're turning up. Everybody wants to act like they're not sweets for breakfast until a donut shows up on the table, and then they're like, ooh. It's hard to say no to a donut. I only eat glazed donuts. You're missing out. Now, I'm a little bit of a donut purist. Like, I'm not too big on the, like, very elaborate, fancy donuts that you'll see nowadays. These things are practically inedible. Have you seen some of the fancy donuts they'll make these days? Hold on, let me show you. Hold on, let me show you real quick. They'll make these fancy ass donuts and they're nearly inedible. It's just like they're so topped and piled and so much stuff globbed on there, like you can't even get your mouth around it. Like, what is this shit? It's like covered in cereal and candy. It's like, what the fuck am I eating? Like, how do I eat this? Like, give me a regular donut. Not whatever the fuck this is. If somebody turns up with donuts and it looks like this, I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm a little bit disappointed because not only did they probably spend way too much fucking money on these donuts, but I would rather have just had regular donuts. The problem with this is that you get a dozen of these donuts and that's going to cost you $50. You're going to be paying out the wazoo for donuts like this that just are objectively not as good as like a regular standard donut. My favorite donut, my go-to, kind of like this one here in the middle, just a traditional chocolate frosted donut. It's hard to go wrong with that. The Americana we have here is kind of like a very dense, sweet, and sticky donut. Okay, hold on, I need to look this up. A fun bit of American history. There was a time when John F. Kennedy went to Germany to give a speech, and this was during the Cold War, and he was trying to show his support for the people of Berlin. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? Anyway, a little bit of a history lesson for you. John F. Kennedy went to Germany in the 1960s during the Cold War to speak to the people of Berlin. He was there showing them support, because this was back when Germany was divided between West and East Germany. And he said, "Ich bin ein Berliner." He was trying to say, I am a person from Berlin. You know, I am one of you. But what he did not realize was that a Berliner is actually what they call a type of donut. It's a jelly donut. And so the president in Berlin, he said, "Ich bin ein Berliner," and what he said was, "I am a jelly donut." Now, Now, I love this type of donut because you can get this type of donut here in the United States too, like a nice jelly donut. This is also one of my favorite donuts, but I could probably only eat one of these because these are pretty sweet. I can't with jelly filled. Skill issue. Skill diff. Let me show you the donuts at one of my favorite local places. One of my favorite places to get a donut. Lamar's Donuts. Even just the straight up regular glazed donuts. Goated. Goated donuts. This clears Dunkin' any day of the week. Plain glazed are messy and the finger and face I don't like. Well, that's why you gotta be like... Gotta do a little bit of... Then use a knife and fork. I don't know what to tell you. I can't eat with a... Yeah, there you go. Do it that way. Eat it like a civilized person. I want to try crispy... Oh, Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme, I'm not that big on Krispy Kreme because they're too sweet. Also, I don't like the way that they spell their name. Krispy Kreme. They are just absolutely glazed. Very sweet. They're pretty good, don't get me wrong, but they're like... They feel much more artificial than some other donuts. Let me show you how they make them. They run them on a conveyor belt through a waterfall of frosting. Let me show you this. Now, if you go to a Krispy Kreme, they will have like a machine in the restaurant and you can watch the donuts get made. But honestly, just look at the sheer amount of icing that they pump onto these. Just look at that. Just look at it. It's all automated. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Krispy Kreme, it's okay. It's okay. There's definitely better donuts, though. You know, I would say, hey, try it once for the novelty. But, it's not that great. It's just not that great. want Taco Bell in Sweden? Do they not have Taco Bell in Sweden? They do, but you'd have to go to Stockholm. I think. No, they don't. They lied to me. We have no taco fast food. Ooh. Ooh. You hate to see it. You hate to see it, because it's some of the best fast food you can get. You hate to see it. All right, we got a couple questions in the box, so let's go ahead and get all caught up, shall we? So, it's been a week or two. I came back with my ex, and there were some rocky roads along the way. I kind of felt bad because even if I knew him for a while, and this isn't my first relationship with him, broke up a few months ago to just come back together, I still got triggered when he spoke to me in a certain way. He was basically another streamer, and I think there were some miscommunications between him and I, whereby I was really happy to see him on chat, but he defined it as odd to spam someone's emojis and text out of nowhere. As an avoidant attached person he is, it may seem that something was maybe bothering him. After all, it was my first time in his chat after a long while, but he did tell me that it was okay for me to pop in there. The night after his stream, I kind of felt sad because just the phrasing made me triggered by the way he disrespected me once. And it all snowballed into anxious me phoning him in tears and telling that I was hurt by the way he ghosted me while we were gonna go through our first breakup a few months. He ghosted me while we were gonna go through our first breakup a few months ago. Although he did confess that he needed space on the phone in a grumpy way, the next day he was totally jolly and talkative, even wanted to play games. Well, that's men for you. Grumpy one day, and then the next day they're like, hey, what's the matter? What's the problem? I thought we were good. I tried to not react much and play along because he did mention that he wanted to take it slow in the relationship the day before, so I'm a bit confused. How can I make sure that I respect his need of space without making it unhealthy for me and improve communication in this regard? I would just say that responsibility is not just on you. You know, not only, is it if he has needs and expectations and boundaries in a relationship, then he needs to be good at communicating that, and he needs to be good about being willing to grow and improve on that thing, because it sounds like there are some issues here. It sounds like there are some communication issues between the two of you, and I just want to say it's not just on you to fix it. It's like he has to acknowledge that there's something going on, and he needs to want to fix it as well. If you feel like it's just your job to fix, then I don't think that's going to really get you anywhere that you're trying to go. So what is our end goal for this relationship? You know, where do you want it to take you? Where do you want to go with it? That's worth taking into consideration. You know, what is it that I'm looking for in the long term with this? You know, if somebody needs to take space to, that's fine, that's normal. We want to make sure that we're not taking it personally when somebody says that they need space. I feel like that is something that we do owe to ourselves to work on. You know, we don't want to come across as overly dependent or clingy. We want to be able to give people the space that they need, but we also want to make sure that people aren't using a need for space as a way of being dismissive or avoiding conflict. Because some people will do that. Some people will say, I just need space. And it's just a way of like being dismissive, and it's a way of like avoiding a conversation. So I would just say if he's looking for space, but it's in a, like it makes sense and it's in like a meaningful and a fair way, I'd say that's fine. But if he's doing it as a way to like avoid talking about something or as a way to just like be dismissive of how you feel, then I would say, okay, that's something we need to talk about. I would just say though, it's like if the communication isn't good and you're just left feeling really confused by the relationship, you know, maybe just consider like, do I want to keep up with this? Do I want to put in all that work? You know, if the other person isn't willing to learn and grow and change in the relationship, you shouldn't be the only one that feels like they have to do that. You know, relationships take work and it takes, you know, improvement on both people's behalf. You know, and we don't want people to, you know, use labels like avoidant as a way of just being dismissive or absent, you know, because that's not really healthy either. Do people ever ask you about work related mental health? Sometimes. Sometimes it's something we talk about every often. You know, we talk about how the current environment, we've actually talked about it quite a bit in the last week or so, I'd say. Talking about how the structure of work environments is detrimental to our mental health. Like working long hours where work starts making you feel like you're missing out on things or extreme changes to daily routine slash behavior on top of the stress of a workday. Oh yeah, the system that we live in right now, the system of, you know, work and productivity, it is not in line with human wellness. We don't live in a humanity oriented society. We live in a society that is driven by profit. And the goals of profit do not fall in line with the goals of, you know, human dignity. And so I feel like something's got to give, something's got to change. You know, we need things to be more equitable, we need things to be more fair. Because if we're just working so hard and it's like, what is that for? Like, what's the point? And I feel like a lot of people are realizing that they are working really hard and they are working all these hours and they're still barely getting by, and that doesn't seem fair, now does it? Especially when not that long ago, you know, a time that a lot of people alive can still remember, you were able to raise a family and put them through school and own a home all on one person's income. But you can't do that anymore. You can't even do that with two people's income. So the system is designed to squeeze you. The system is designed to extract as much juice as they can from you. They don't care if they just leave a dried up old husk behind as long as it made them more money. As long as they were able to profit off of you, that's fine with them. So yeah, I feel like the current system that we live in as far as our work-life balance, it's terrible for our mental health. There are reasons why depression, anxiety, suicide are all on the rise, and a lot of it has to do with the feelings of existential societal hopelessness that comes from the current conditions that we're forced to deal with. At least in America. In America, it's really bad. Still, it's worse in other parts of the world, but it's really bad in America. Like, think about the workers' rights that people have in some European countries. You know, paternal leave, maternal leave, vacation time, sick days. Humans were meant to be more than just drone workers, I believe. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Life's about far much more than just being a good little worker bee. You know, there are times and places to be a good little worker bee, that's true. We want to work for the good of society, but I feel like a lot of people are realizing that they're working themselves to death and they're not getting anything out of it. They've got no savings, they've got no retirement, they've got nothing that they can pass down to their children. They just work until they die, and that's it. I've seen it happen to a lot of people. What should be more eye-opening to American people especially is that when people from other countries hear about how bad we have it and how bad the working conditions here are and how fucked up our system is for our healthcare, for our school, they think that we're not being serious. They think that it's actually propaganda. They think that it's their government lying to them, trying to make us look bad. That should really piss you off. That people on the other parts of the world, they hear what we do and they're like, that couldn't be right. The people would be in the streets. They'd be rioting. There's no way that they would live with such terrible conditions. That's impossible. You must be lying to me. But no, we do. And we are. And that should really frustrate you. I shouldn't tell you about Burger Guild. If you're in America and you've never heard of it before, you should ask one of our German friends about Burger Geld. It translates to citizens' money. That's the way it translates. But basically, it's just a guaranteed unemployment funds if you're unable to work. Also, you don't ever have to work. You could live off of this forever. It's basically like UBI. In America, if you are on disability benefits, you're only allowed to have about $2,000 in your bank account before they start deducting your payments. You're able to have at least a decent amount of savings in Germany. In America, if you're on disability, they want you to stay poor, which is really weird and twisted when you think about it. I'm sorry, but you guys need to revolutionize. That's what I've been trying to say for the longest time, but people always tell me I'm crazy, and America's so great, and we've got so much freedom. We have, in America, the freedom of opinion, but we do not have the freedom of choice. Yeah, whenever we have anybody that's too revolutionary, the government just clips them. Just look at what they did to Martin Luther King. Look, oh, you want a really jarring history lesson? Whenever Martin Luther King, the government tried to kill him a couple times, but they really hammered down on their efforts to kill Martin Luther King once he started talking about workers' rights. Once he started talking about solidarity within the working class, and he started to, learn from, socialist movements. I didn't realize this because they never taught it to us in school, that Martin Luther King was a proponent of class solidarity and workers' rights. I didn't realize that until I read his biography as an adult, that was something that he was teaching and something that he believed in. They only taught us that Martin Luther King was a proponent of civil rights, which he was, but that's just where he got started. Because the more that he learned about class inequality is he realized that it's not, blacks versus whites. This is poor versus rich. This is the haves versus the have-nots. We need to unionize. We need to solidify. And that's when they killed him. We can't have that. That's communism. I learned that in school as a teen in Germany. Well, in Germany, they'll teach you actual history. In America, we get an abbreviated version of history. We gloss over the Native American genocide. We don't really teach people. Maybe a little bit, but we barely scratch the surface of the devastation that we enacted upon the indigenous people of this country. The fact that you guys have to pay for your own ambulance still has me speechless. It's a regular practice here that people will call a taxi to take them to the hospital instead of taking an ambulance because it's cheaper. Does manifestation really work? Yes. Believing that something will happen and working towards that thing happening will help that thing to happen. But the thing about manifestation is it's not just thinking, it's about doing, it's about acting. It's about creating the conditions for that thing to come into your life. If you just believe that something is never going to happen or that something is impossible, it is probably never going to happen. It's probably going to be impossible. So in many ways, manifestation is just a mindset. It's a optimism of the will. The average cost of an ambulance ride, $1,300 US. The base rate / pickup fee is between $400 and $1,200. Now, if you have to have life support, that's an extra $1,000. If you need advanced life support, that's going to be another $1,000. And then, by the way, we're going to charge you about 10 to 30 bucks a mile. And that's if you get lucky. Could be way worse. We're talking about like the price of a car, the price of an automobile. Could be thousands of dollars. The American healthcare system is so busted. It's so busted, and we're long overdue for a fix, so hopefully we get this thing sorted out soon, because this type of shit is the way that you piss people off to the point where they actually do revolutionize. And the MAGAs are cool with this? No, actually they're not. So the thing is that there are fundamental common issues that we're all dealing with, but the people who run the political parties, they don't want you to talk about this kind of stuff. They'd rather have you talk about DEI, they'd rather have you talk about trans people, they'd rather find something else for you to get mad about so that you're not mad about what you should be mad about. Because the average American voter has far more in common with each other than they do with an actual politician. Yeah, a MAGA person would look at the high costs of healthcare and they'd probably say something like, well, the healthcare costs wouldn't be so high if there weren't so many illegals taking advantage of our healthcare. They're the ones driving up the costs. They're so fucking brainwashed. Everything is the fault of an immigrant or a person of color or a gay person. It's never the politicians who are the corrupt ones who are fucking us over. It's... Ugh. They will blame everything except for greed. And the real answer here is why are things the way that they are? Greed. It's a simple answer. They will blame anything else outside of greed. Anyway, I can't wait for protest season in America. Protest season is going to be lit in this season of America, the TV show. Protest season is going to be lit in America this year. I just have a feeling. I have a feeling. Oh, we're going to be protesting. All right, we got a TikTok here. Let's check this out. What's going on here?
Now, I didn't know that this wasn't common knowledge. And if you didn't know this, that means you don't follow me. But why?
All right, hold on. I got to pause maybe. What? What's going on here? White people ate black people openly until the mid-70s? I mean, I'm not surprised. That sounds like some fucked up shit that people would do. We still have sundown towns in America. Like, we still have sundown towns in America today. Apologies if you see any racial slurs on this page because these are implemented by racists. There are still towns in America today that are sundown towns. Towns where black people are not welcome after sundown. It was just part of the law of the town. We're like, no black people. Or if you are going to be here, you better leave before the sun goes down. And some of them still exist today in very rural parts of the country. Anyway, America's fucking cooked, brother. Hold on, I need to add an emote real quick. I need to add an emote to the... There we go. Cooked. Yeah, there's a lot of shit in the United States that we ought to be ashamed of. All right, hold on. Let's listen to this.
White people have always indulged in cannibalism. They ate their slaves, and they ate black people that were free after the Emancipation Proclamation, after lynchings. If you didn't know this, you don't follow me, and if you don't follow me, you should follow me. My name's Chemistry. I teach Black history. I'm not part of Hillman Talk. I just do this for fun, and out of the passion that I have for spreading Black history. And just like everything else on my page, I'm not just feeding you a bunch of bullshit. There are a plethora of books that you can look into that proves that this is a fact. Books like The Delectable Negro, which covers recipes of how to eat black people. Another book called Edible People, The Historical...
I mean, it just goes to say that if you're the type of person who thinks it's okay to own someone, you don't view them as people. You view them as something less than a person. So why wouldn't you eat them? You know, if this is just if this person isn't a person, if I can own them, I can do what I want with them, why not eat them? God, that's so fucked up.
Consumption of Negroes and foreigners, and I believe it was like the cannibalistic trade. And that's just two of many. But yeah, if you want to know more about the topic, if you scroll down on my page, I have a video called White People Ate Black People. It's very, very informative. So go ahead, learn you something, follow me. I teach Black history. Also tap my link tree. I have a nonprofit, a YouTube, all that good stuff.
Well, I'm unsurprised. So we're eating people now? The only people that we need to be thinking about eating are the rich. Eating human meat can make another human very sick. Yeah, it's a bad idea to eat people. Because it can make you sick. Outside of the entire pretense of what the fuck are you doing, why are you eating another person, it's like, well, it could give you a tummy ache. Like, no, don't eat people. That's fucking weird. No, it doesn't surprise me that people who don't view other people as people would eat people. Because that's kind of what you have to do to even be willing to engage in that type of behavior, is like you view somebody as product. You view somebody just as meat. Well, I've got a lot to think about. I think that's going to be it today. I think that's going to be it for me today. I'm going to go lament on the state of the United States. I'm going to hope that people wake up to the conditions of their plight. Alright, I'm going to go make some dinner. I hope you'll have a great night. Take good care of yourselves. We'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe out there, everybody. Have a great night. Take good care of yourselves. We'll see y'all next time. Bye-bye. 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 Any last minute subscribers? We're at 197. Any last minute subs? Pretty please. Four hours and 40 minutes of streaming and I forgot to shill the entire time.